A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
You're sure you're going the right way, Claudia?
Yep.
And you won't tell me where we're going?
Nope.
How I let you inveigle me into this mysterious expedition, I'll never know.
It was easy, Mama. I just asked you whether you wanted to come shopping with me. You said yes. We got into a bus. Here we are.
That's just it. The last time we did this sort of thing, we ended up by buying a dog.
Oh, we're not buying anything today, so cheer up. We're nearly there, too.
Where?
Where we're going.
This conversation is beginning to sound familiar. From now on, I'll find out where we're going before I leave.
Would you really like to know, Mama?
No.
Then I'll tell you. See, it all started when David brought home a doorknob last night.
A doorknob? It was very attentive of him. Do you prefer doorknobs to candy or flowers these days?
Oh, it wasn't for me. It was for a house he and Roger are building in Connecticut. Early American.
I'm sure it's very nice, but I don't get the connection.
You see, David wanted to be completely authentic about it in every detail. And he knows this place where they have all sorts of old things, and he found just the right doorknob right there.
Oh, an antique shop.
Well, David calls it a junk shop.
And that's where we're going now.
Yep.
I'm sorry I asked, because now I know. Haven't you got enough stuff in the furnished apartment as it is?
Oh, this place has only good junk.
Oh, such as doorknobs. Mm-hmm. I suppose you're planning to put one on every door in your apartment?
It's an idea. David said he saw the most beautiful old dining table there to seat 40 people.
That'd be a very handy thing to have around. You can never tell when 40 people might drop in to sit around the table.
And chat. Listen, don't worry, I'm not going to buy anything, Mom. I just want to look around.
Then you got me down here under false pretenses. You said we were going shopping.
Window shopping.
The windows will probably be very dusty.
Look, there it is across the street.
Where?
Where the dusty windows are. It says the Old Curiosity Shop.
Are we going to cross over, or shall we admire it from here?
Oh, let's cross over. Not much traffic to look out for. It's a nice, quiet old street, isn't it?
I'm always suspicious of little shops with dusty windows on quiet streets.
I'm not. I like them. Hey, watch out for that piece of wood in the gutter.
I see it. Oh, it's an awful-looking place. Claudia, let's go home.
Not when we're right at the door.
No better time.
Oh, Mama, you have no curiosity. Come on, come on.
Well, it's just dusty enough to make me curious at that. Come on.
Oh, look, it's just like another world in here. It's like a page out of Dickens.
Even smells like Dick.
God bless you. Hey, you're not catching cold, are you?
No, it's only this dust.
Well, see that it is. Oh, look at that old suit of armor in the corner.
Yes, madam?
Did you say something, Claudia?
No, did you?
Somebody said something.
It was I, madam. I said yes.
Where are you?
Here, behind the suit of armor.
Oh.
I'm oiling it. The iron gets rusty in the hinges unless I take good care of it. Is there anything particular you wanted?
No, thanks. Nothing in particular. Do you mind if we just look around?
Oh, of course. It's nice to have someone in the shop besides Pedro.
Who's Pedro?
He's the suit of armor. I call him Pedro because he's Spanish. Pedro's been with me a long time now.
He certainly looks very old.
Oh, he is. He's 500 years old, to be exact. And he'll be here long after we're all gone.
That makes me feel chilly.
Everything here has a story. Just so long as you love beautiful things, you don't have to buy anything. You can just look to your heart's content.
Well, how nice. Thank you.
I'll be here if you want me.
Well, I hate to admit it, but I'm glad I came. Claudia, look. See that coffee cup over there on the table?
The big one?
Oh, brings back such memories. My grandfather always used to drink his coffee from a cup like that. I'm going to buy it.
Oh, you are not. A big cup like that? Oh, Mama. Say, look at that magnificent oak table. Oh, wouldn't David love that? No, I guess he wouldn't. Hey, Mama, look. Right next to the desk up against the wall. See that? Just look.
Oh, that chair is really very nice.
Very nice. It's beautiful. I wonder how much it is.
You came to window shop, remember, not to buy.
Well, you wanted to buy that old cup.
I am buying that old cup, if you please.
And I'm buying the chair, so we're square.
But a cup doesn't take up any room. Where on earth would you put another chair in that apartment?
Oh, someplace. Let's pull it out where it's light so we can get a good look at it.
Oh, dear. What happened?
It wasn't standing steady. It fell.
Is there anything wrong?
Well, I just wanted to look at this chair. I started moving it, and it came apart.
Well, not everything here is in perfect repair. Everything is old, like me. Some things have stood up against time. Others have not. This chair you wanted to see, I'm afraid, is a casualty in our battle against time. The leg in the back, see, it falls off.
Could it be fixed?
It could, by the right person.
Then I think I'd like to buy it. Who could fix it for me, though?
I could. It's a beautifully made chair. I bought it in Massachusetts. Someone who didn't understand how fine it was delivered it to me, and it was broken when it arrived. I decided to leave it the way it was, unless someone wanted it badly. There are a lot of broken chairs and broken dreams in this shop.
But you said it could be fixed. The chair, I mean.
A chair can be mended more easily than a dream.
Don't you think you better find out how much it is, Claudia?
How much is it?
Prices? Oh, there are no prices here. If I know someone really wants something, I let them have it at a price I think they can afford.
Well, I can't afford a great deal, but I'd like to pay whatever you think it's worth.
That's a good spirit. Many ladies don't always feel like that. Could you afford, say, $30? If I repair the leg?
Oh, yes.
Claudia. Are you going to pay $30 for a broken chair? Oh, no matter how much you wanted it, it isn't worth it, really.
Oh, but it's such a lovely chair, Mama. Wouldn't it be awful if you didn't like it? Do you think you could fix it and deliver it to me by 5 tonight? I live in the city.
I'll try. Will not be a very perfect job.
It'll
however.
do. We'll have it fixed better later on when we get our own place. Oh, I'll write my name and address on this card and... Oh, yes, and Mama wants that big cup and saucer. How much is it?
That's not for sale.
Oh, what a shame.
But if you will accept it as a gift, it's yours.
Well, thank you, but I couldn't accept it.
The pleasure is all mine, madam. The cup and the chair will be delivered by 5.
That nice old man. He really kept his word. Oh, look, doesn't the chair look beautiful, Mama?
Do you think David will like it, though?
Oh, I mean, do you think he'll be disappointed in my taste for buying it?
He'll be home soon and you can find out.
Mama, you know, this chair is just like my first cake.
I fail to see the comparison, except that they were both pretty well smashed up.
No, now be serious. It's like a milestone in our marriage. It's the first thing we really bought for our house with our own money.
Something you bought with David's money, you mean?
Same thing.
Well, you know, that's a very good formula for a very happy marriage.
There he is. There's David.
I'd climb the highest mountain if I knew that when I climbed that mountain I'd find you and Mrs. Brown.
Well, if it isn't the singing architect.
A song with every house, and every house something to sing about.
David, you fool.
Say, there's something in my eye.
It's me.
Oh, I didn't know it was you. You don't look like you.
Who do I look like? Somebody nice?
I'm not sure yet. Back up so I can see.
Don't budge, Claudia.
Now, what are you two hiding? Why are both of you standing in front of me like that?
I'm just standing next to Mama.
And I'm just standing next to Claudia.
Well, now that our relative positions are established, how would you two like to let me into the living room? We can all sit down and make believe we're home.
David, I bought something today.
Again? Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
It's not animal this time. It's wood.
A salad bowl. Let's go into the living room. It's less drafty than this hall.
It's not a salad bowl.
Piano? No, the apartment's too small for a piano.
It's not too small for a chair, though, is it, David?
A chair? What kind of chair?
An old one. A beautiful old one.
Oh, but we don't... You said it was an old one. I'll bet somebody passed it off on you as an antique. Where is it?
In the living room.
I've got to see this. Claudia, you don't know anything about buying
just wait. Please hold your horse until you see it. There.
Is that the chair?
Yes, David. I'm sorry if you don't like it, but I...
Don't like it? Wait a minute. This looks like... Oh, no, it can't be. Wait a minute. Let me turn it upside down. It is. Or if it isn't, it's the nearest thing to a Duncan Fife I've seen out of a museum. Lady, that's a chair that is a chair. How much was it? Don't tell me. I don't care.
I knew you'd like it, David. I don't know why I should be so happy about it, but I am.
So am I. Hey, you know something? You're almost as good at picking chairs as you are at picking husbands and dogs.
I guess it's safe to leave you two alone now. I'll say good night.
Why don't you stay for dinner, Mother? You deserve it for having such an intelligent daughter.
No, thanks. I've got dinner ready at home, and there are a lot of things I've got to do tonight.
Can't you do it tomorrow? Because you've got such an intelligent daughter?
No. Good night. Don't bother coming. I'll find my way out.
Good night, Mother.
Good night, Mama.
Good night, children.
Well, come here, you.
Here I am.
That was to let you know I still love you. And now, about that chair. I didn't want to say this in front of Mother, but...
David, you don't like it?
You bet I like it, but we can't afford a chair like that, Claudia. Must have cost at least $200, even in its rough state.
30.
$230? That's a lot of money, Claudia.
Not 230, David. 30.
$30 for that chair? Who'd you hit on the head?
No, when it was broken, but I wanted it anyway, so the man fixed it for me. He charged me $30.
What man?
The man in the old curiosity shop, where you were yesterday. Don't you remember you told me about it last night?
Oh, Mr. Haynes, yes. He's a nice old chap. Some people think he's crazy. He must be to have sold you that for $30.
He's not crazy, David. He just likes people who like nice things.
You know something? I do, too. I guess that's why I like you so much.
I guess we both got good taste, David. Look, isn't it beautiful there in the middle of the room? I wonder if it knows.
Knows what?
That it's the beginning of our home.
All story material used in this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. You know, American families enjoy doing things together, and the pause that refreshes with ice-cold Coca-Cola has a pleasant way of fitting in with all the family doings. Now that Coca-Cola is more plentiful, you can keep the refrigerator stocked with a good supply. And when you're round the town, remember you can stop at the familiar red cooler and get a frosty bottle of Coke and go on your way refreshed. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now, this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Good evening. This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, the suicide. The auditorium of the Metropolitan Theater. Its seats sparsely occupied with bored and restless playgoers who have been witnessing the opening of a new drama by an unknown dramatist.
Casey, give him a little hand.
I'm not that much of a hypocrite, Annie. Of all the lousy shows I've sat through in my life, this takes the cake.
It's about the worst I've ever seen.
Well, it's finally over. Let's get out.
Yeah. Well, at least we came in on passes. A lot of these poor people paid for their seats.
Wish I had, then we could have walked out.
As a guest of the producer, you were sunk.
I don't care anything about the producer. Carla Ashby, who authored this mess, is a nice guy when he sticks to the real estate business and doesn't try to write plays.
The blonde who played the lead is his wife.
Yeah, it's his wife, Nedra Millard.
Was she terrible?
She can't act, but you got to admit she's got a face and figure that are something.
She's good looking, all right.
Uh-oh, there's Lee Gorman standing in the lobby, and he spotted me.
Oh, is he the producer who sent you the ticket?
Yeah, tall, curly-headed guy there.
Oh, hello, Casey. I see you stayed for the finish.
Yes, Lee. Miss Williams, Mr. Gorman.
How do you do?
Miss Williams? Well, there's no use asking how you liked the play, of course.
Well, I don't think you could be kidded, fella.
No, it's a complete flop. One of those big mistakes we all make at one time or another.
Closing it up?
Well, the insanity to keep it on. Carl feels pretty bad about the whole thing. The author, Miss Williams, Carl Ashby. This was his first play.
And so Casey told me.
Whatever made him think he could write a play, Lee? He doesn't know anything about the theater. He's a businessman.
Well, they say everyone in the world has more or less secret ambition to write a play. And he's married to an actress, you know, our leading lady. Never needed a starring vehicle.
Yeah, but how could she have been fooled?
Well, how was I fooled? I've been in show business longer than Nedra has. Now, believe it or not, Casey, we thought the thing read well and it looked good in rehearsal. Now, I know we were only kidding ourselves. Well, I must be getting backstage with the bad news of our closing. Nice meeting, Miss Williams.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gorman.
See you later, Casey.
So long, Lee. Better luck next time.
Well, I hope so.
Come on, let's get out of this theater, Ann.
Yeah.
Boy, I can't figure it.
What?
This flopperoo. Lee Gorman's a smart showman. Oh, well, he's never had any big smash hits, you know, but he knows the theater. He must have known this play didn't have a chance.
As he said, everybody makes mistakes.
It was too big a mistake for him to make. There's another funny thing, too. Lee Gorman's the kind of a guy some gals fall for pretty hard.
I had a gorgeous surprise when I met him. He's a beautiful hunk of man. But what's funny?
Well, before Nedra married Ashby, quite suddenly, about a year ago, the gossip was that she was crazy about Gorman.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's funny, he and Nedra and Ashby are together in this thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Well, you've made me curious.
I made myself the same way. Huh. So Gorman to you is a beautiful hunk of man.
Why,
huh?
Mr. Casey, can you be curious about my motivations, too?
Hello, Casey. Good evening, Miss Williams.
Evening, Ethelbert.
Hi, pal.
Say, I didn't see you two last night. Where was you?
We went to the theater.
Yeah? What'd you see?
The turkey starring Nedra Millard, produced by a beautiful hunk of man, Lee Gorman.
Beautiful hunk of...
Well, Mr. Gorman must be seen to be appreciated, Ethelbert.
I ain't ever seen him. But I know the author of that play you saw. Mr. Ashby comes in here every so often, and he's a nice little guy. I felt terribly sorry for him when I read all the mean things the critics wrote in their reviews this morning.
Well, he'll get over the panic he got. A guy with his dough doesn't have to worry because he isn't the second Eugene O'Neill.
What was the play about? The critics used up so many words making fun of it, they didn't have room to say.
Well, it was mostly concerned with a suicide, Ethelbert.
Suicide?
Mm-hmm. One of those heavily tragic domestic dramas.
Yeah, with the corniest dialogue I've ever listened to.
why should a cheerful, pleasant little guy like Mr. Ashby write about suicide?
What I'd like to know is why he should write...
Tell me after I answer this phone, Casey. Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert speaking. Just a minute. Your city desk, Casey.
Huh? Okay. Hello, Burke. Delhi Towers? Yeah, I know. It's a swanky apartment building on East Parkway. What do we cover there? What? Oh, we're on our way, Burke.
What is it, Casey?
Carl Ashby didn't only write a bad play about suicide. He's just jumped from a window 20 stories up.
Yeah, it was a suicide, Casey. Open and shut. Ashby was alone here in his apartment. He wrote a note saying he was going to do a hara-kiri, and then he walked to that window and stepped out on the air.
He wrote a suicide note, Logan?
Yeah, addressed to his wife.
Oh, what did it say, Captain Logan?
I'll let you and Casey see it in a minute, Miss Williams. One of my tech men has it out in the kitchen right now. He has his micrographic camera set up there and is taking the usual fingerprints and vital evidence shots.
Carl Ashby's one of the last guys in the world I'd figure as a suicide. He'd got everything to live for, lots of dough, this swell home, good-looking wife.
He took an awful licking last night, Casey. That play he wrote.
Yeah, that play.
It was razzed by every paper in town this morning, yours included. He was a sensitive guy. It hurt.
I can understand that.
Yeah, so could I, Ann, if I didn't have a hunch about that play.
A hunch?
Yeah, its setup was all wrong.
What do you mean?
Where's Nedra Millard, Ashby's wife?
In her bedroom, down that hall, crying her eyes out. Yeah, it was nice to watch a pretty woman cry, Casey.
But you said Ashby was alone in this apartment when he...
He was when he jumped. Mrs. Ashby was down in the lobby talking to the night porter when his body hit the sidewalk.
Talking to the night porter?
Yeah, about a job she wanted him to do. Look, the doorman was there also, and 2 elevator boys. If you think maybe she pushed her husband out that window, she has a perfect alibi.
This is a big apartment. Don't the Ashbys keep servants?
Yeah, maid, cook, and butler. They were all sent to the movies tonight because Ashby wanted to be alone.
Well, Mrs. Ashby actually sent them out, I imagine.
Naturally. The woman of the house usually attends to such matters. Oh, come on in, Sergeant Dressler.
Here's that suicide note, Captain. We've given it the full treatment. We're finished with it now.
Thanks, Sergeant. This is the note Ashby left, Casey.
I want to see that, too.
Yeah, so do I.
Here.
There's a piece torn off the top.
Well, Ashby must have torn it or used a sheet of paper already torn. The note's just as I found it, and I came into this room ahead of everyone else. Read it.
My beloved wife, when life becomes a mockery, one can only long for the sweet repose of death. I am a failure.
That poor guy means that play he wrote.
I have failed not only myself, I have failed you, whom I love with all my heart.
He figured he'd done Mrs. Ashby a dirty trick because as the play star, she came in for some of the panning he got.
That's one way of translating the statement. He goes on. The shame, the bitter agony of shame I suffer. Oh, brother.
It's a terribly corny letter, Casey.
Yeah, terribly corny is right, Ann.
You finished?
Yeah, the note's unsigned.
Well, I told you we verified Ashby's handwriting.
Yeah, but he didn't sign it. No name at the bottom. It just ends. You said it was addressed to Mrs. Ashby, Logan.
It starts off with my dear wife.
Yeah, but not my dear Nedra. The top of the page is torn off.
And what does that mean to you, wise guy?
Nothing yet. But it's put a punch behind my hunch. I think it's a lead on how they add up.
So you're going to do some arithmetic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, $5 says you'll get nothing out of it but mental exercise, which won't do you any harm. This case is open and shut.
Captain.
Mrs. Ashby.
I have my nerves under control now. You were most considerate and kind in letting me go to my room. I had to be alone for a while. Now, if you want to question me some more...
I'm sure you've already told me all you can, but sit down, Mrs. Ashby.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Casey.
Hello, Nedra. You haven't met Miss Williams. Nedra Millard, Mrs. Carl Ashby. Miss Williams is a reporter on my paper.
How do you do, Miss Williams?
How do you do, Mrs. Ashby? We're sorry to be here under these conditions. You have our deepest sympathy.
Thank you. You knew poor Carl rather well, Mr. Casey.
Yes, and I liked him. Captain Logan tells us you were downstairs when he fell.
Yes, in the lobby. We heard someone scream outside, then an awful, dull thud. Carl was lying on the sidewalk.
Try not to think of it, Mrs. Ashby.
You'd left Carl alone up here how long before it happened?
I don't know. 5 minutes, maybe 10.
When you left him, you had no inkling.
Oh, of course not. I knew he was greatly depressed about the play, but I never dreamed.
Take it easy, Mrs. Ashby.
You thought Carl's play had a chance of success, never?
Oh, I wouldn't have encouraged him to write it. I wouldn't have acted in it if I hadn't.
You only realized your mistake last night.
Yes. All of us make mistakes, don't we? Big ones.
Yeah. Big ones. Well, Miss Williams and I have to get back to the paper with our stuff. So long, Netter. Oh, and Logan, I'm taking your $5 bet.
So you did your arithmetic last night, Casey.
That's right, Logan. You want to hear my totals?
I'm listening.
Okay, here they are. Nedra Millard married Carl Ashby for his dough. But Lee Gorman remained her white-haired boy. She and Gorman planned a nice, safe way to get rid of Ashby and to get his money for themselves. You know, their old perfect crime.
I've heard of the perfect crime.
Yeah, well, you almost swallowed this one.
Tell me more.
Well, Ashby, like millions of other people, wanted to write a play. Have you ever thought of writing a play, pal?
Well, I've never had the time.
Well, Ashby had the time. Never had the time. Well, Ashby had the time, so he wrote his play, guided by his wife and Gorman.
Guided?
Sure, they knew the theater. He'd naturally take their professional advice because he was an amateur. Now, this play dealt with a suicide. That suicide note you found after he dropped 20 stories was written for his play.
What psychic power tells you that?
The torn off top of the note tells me that. Have you ever read a play in manuscript form?
No.
Well, the name of the character who is to speak is written either above the speech he's to make or at the upper left-hand side of the speech. Now, in this case, I'm sure it was written above. That's why the top of the page was torn off, to get rid of the play character's name.
You think?
Yes. Now, what's more, the whole text of that note was in keeping with a corny dialogue Ashby wrote for his play. It was stilted, unnatural, it wasn't real.
You saw the play with the lines of that note in it?
Of course not. Gorman and Nedra aren't dumb. Sometime before the play went into rehearsal, I think one of them got Ashby to write the page you found in his own handwriting as part of a suggested script change. Of course, naturally, the change was never made, but the page was carefully preserved.
And whoever got the page from Ashby after he wrote what was wanted took care that only the writer's fingerprints appeared on it.
Sure. And Gorman produced the play, knowing it would make a laughingstock of its author. The ridicule, certain to be heaped on poor Ashby, was to provide an apparent motive for his suicide.
And how, do you think, was Ashby actually killed?
Lee Gorman did the job. Gorman let himself into the apartment with a key given him by Nedra, pushed Ashby, who was a much smaller guy than himself, out the window, planted that suicide note for you to find, and took the freight elevator down the back while everyone was out front gawking at the body on the sidewalk.
You have a very nice theory, Casey.
Well, I'm sure it's more than a theory. It's a fact.
Now, how are you going to prove that?
Well, listen, now, don't you cops want to do anything for the dough we taxpayers shell out to you? Go on, you get the proof, pal.
Suppose I already have pretty good proof that your theory is all wet.
Huh?
$250,000 is a lot of money, isn't it?
Well, what are you getting at?
I had a talk with Ashby's lawyer this morning while you were still wrestling with your arithmetic. He told me that Ashby took out a $250,000 life insurance policy in his wife's favor less than a year ago.
Less than a year ago?
And like almost every other life insurance policy, it automatically becomes void if the holder commits suicide within 12 months of its date of issue.
Oh. Yeah. Then, as things stand now, Nedra loses $250,000. Huh?
That's right, Sherlock. Do you still think she helped arrange a murder that'd look like a suicide?
No.
And Gorman wouldn't either. Not with that much jack involved.
Well, maybe Ashby's leaving us so much dough they can afford to skip that policy. Huh?
She'll get a nice piece of change, but Ashby's lawyer says he wasn't as rich a guy as people thought.
Did Nedra know about that policy?
Well, Ashby's lawyer says she knew about it.
Yeah, well, who's the lawyer?
Ben Cartwright. Is his word good enough for you?
Yeah. When Cartwright tells you anything, it's so. Well, did he say that she knew about the suicide provision?
No, but everybody knows about those suicide
Well,
clauses.
not everybody, Logan. Not everybody. Gorman's a bachelor. He's never had any reason to take out life insurance. And sharpshooting gals sometimes miss their target through overconfidence. Everybody does make mistakes, Logan. I'm paying a call on Ben Cartwright.
Why?
I'm still convinced that my theory about Ashby's suicide is right. And I'm going to try to prove it by the thing you think disproves it. That insurance policy.
The theory you've just given me of the possible manner of my client's death is very disturbing, Mr. Casey.
Mr. Cartwright, I'm laying all my cards on the table because I need your help. To your knowledge, did Mrs. Ashby know about the suicide clause in that $250,000 policy?
To my knowledge, no. I never discussed it with her.
Do you think her husband ever discussed it with her?
I doubt it. When I took out life insurance, I didn't tell my wife. Healthy-minded men pay little attention to that suicide clause, and I always regarded Carl Ashby as a healthy-minded man.
Well, so did I. I didn't know him as well as you did.
Carl Ashby was my friend as well as my client, Mr. Casey. How can I help you?
You handled all of his affairs?
Yes.
Mrs. Ashby knows that, of course.
She must know it.
Well, Captain Logan quoted you as saying that Ashby wasn't as rich as people thought, but his widow stands to collect a nice piece of change.
A very nice piece of change. It would be unethical of me to tell you the extent of his estate, but it's large.
Now, Mr. Cartwright, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how your legal ethics will tie up with what I'm going to ask you to do. But where murder is concerned, I think everybody's ethics can be stretched a little. And Carl Ashby was your friend.
Go on.
Well, I'd like you to call on Mrs. Ashby today and talk to her about that insurance policy and form your own idea as to whether she knew about the suicide clause. Now, if you decide she didn't know about it, give her to understand that her husband left her less than say, $10,000.
But this is ridiculous, Mr. Cartwright. Carl was worth over $500,000. He told me so.
Financial reverses can be more easily concealed from a man's wife than from his attorney, Mrs. Ashby.
Only $10,000.
Of course, had he died by any other means than suicide, you'd receive an additional $250,000.
Yes, $250,000.
Well, I must be leaving now, Mrs. Ashby. Goodbye. Goodbye.
What? Oh, yes. Goodbye, Mr. Cartwright.
She seemed to be thinking very deeply when I left her, Mr. Casey.
You did a swell job, Mr. Cartwright. Nedra Ashby is going to be watched very closely from now on. And so is Lee Gorman.
Hello?
Lee, this is Nedra.
Oh, how are you, darling?
I've been trying to get you for the last hour.
Well, I just came home.
Lee, I've got to see you tonight.
Oh, yes? What about?
I can't tell you over the telephone. I'll come to your apartment.
What time?
9 o'clock.
Okay.
And be alone.
Well, you're here right on the nose, Nedra, my sweet.
Close that door, Lee.
Oh, sure, darling. Now, let me take your wrap.
No, I'll keep it on.
Say, you're upset about something. Hey, the cops haven't...
No, the police haven't bothered me. Your scheme has worked out swell, Lee. Carl is considered a suicide.
Well, I told you he would be.
But you didn't tell me that the $250,000 life insurance policy he took out for me is no good if he kills himself.
Why, what do you mean?
I won't get a dime of that $250,000 because Carl supposedly took his own life.
Well, I don't get it.
No, because you don't know anything about insurance policies. And I didn't. But I've learned about them today from Carl's lawyer.
And he told
you...
The
main thing he told me was that I'll get only $10,000 from Carl's estate.
Only?
Yes. My rich husband was practically broke. That insurance policy was the biggest thing he had to leave me. And I'm going to get that $250,000.
You can't get it if the company won't pay.
They'll pay on every form of death but suicide. They'll pay on proof that Carl was murdered. And they're going to get that proof.
Are you crazy? We killed Carl, you and I.
No, Lee. You killed him. Just you alone.
I don't think I heard you correctly, my dear. You planned and executed some of the principal details of the scheme. You even made it possible for me to get into the apartment that night.
And while I made it possible for you to use the freight elevator without danger of detection, I was establishing a perfect alibi for myself.
You mean that
This gun will tell you what I mean.
Oh. Well, what do you want me to do?
Sit down at that desk.
Oh. And then?
Then you'll write a confession that you and you alone killed my husband.
No.
Sit down and write.
No, you can't get away with this. If I wrote such a confession, do you think I'd stick to it after it was written? If you're fool enough to try and pin this murder on me, I'll tell everything that happened, and you'll go to the chair with me.
I'm not a fool, Lee. Write that note.
I get your plan now. After I wrote what you want, you'd put that gun to my head and press the trigger. Then you'd stick the gun in my hand, and I'd be thought of suicide. Yes, that's your plan.
Take your pen and write.
No. Since you mean to kill me,
If you take another step, I'll shoot you now.
Sorry, Mrs. Ashby. I don't like to shoot guns from ladies' hands.
Captain Logan.
Pops, you've been listening.
Yes, we had a front row seat for your little performance on that fire escape with a dictaphone rigged, so we heard everything you said.
And some very interesting things you and Lee said, Nedra.
Weren't they interesting, Casey?
He did it all, no matter what you heard. Lee Gorman did it all, not I.
Little liar, you planned the whole thing. It was your scheme.
It was all you.
No, it was
That's
you.
enough. Take these ex-lovebirds away, boys.
Just a minute, Logan. I want Lee and Nedra to pose for a couple of pictures. Oh, yes, and from you, I'd like $5.
So them two sweetie pies turned against one another, huh, Casey?
Well, you should have heard him after Logan got him to headquarters, Ethelbert. Each made a full confession of what the other had done.
They're going to wind up sitting in the same piece of hot furniture.
Hot furniture? Oh, you mean the electric... Oh. How'd you figure Mrs. Ashby would go to Gorman's apartment after that lawyer talked to her, Casey, and do what she did do?
Well, there wasn't anything else she could do to salvage that $250,000 insurance.
And Lee Gorman was right in his theory, Ethelbert. She meant to shoot him when she got his confession and make him appear as a suicide.
You know, I'd say that Nedra Millard Ashby ain't a very nice lady.
Check, pal. Say that again. But, a certain person I know thinks Lee Gorman a beautiful hunk of man.
And tell Ethelbert what you did with the $5 bet that you won from Logan, Casey.
Well, okay. I bet it back to him, plus 5 more, that the Red Sox would win today.
And they lost.
Well, everybody makes mistakes, don't they?
Oh, that's what I've always said. Everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah. Did you say the Red Sox lost today?
This adventure of crime photographer starring Stott Cotsworth as Casey came to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
What you are about to hear is real.
42T, clear, KMA 394.
5-6 in service, starting mileage 11,398. 11,398.
1 to 5-6, 10-4, mileage 11,398, 6:09 p.m. Detective Unit 5-6 in service on the night watch.
This is Don Reed, police recorder. You're writing in Detective Unit 5-6, just reporting in service on the night watch. The crew, Sergeant Ron Perkins, Detective Jim Ross. Our car, a black sedan, a radio buried in the glove compartment. Looks like any other car on the road. We're in plain clothes. That's overcoats, sport suits. This is Detective Unit 5-6. And while you're with us...
1 to all units. This is a repeat. Be on the lookout for one suspect carrying flash gun or explosive instruments creating disturbance on buses in the vicinity of Overland and Venice. Suspect described as white male American, 30 to 35 years, 140 pounds, 6'2" or 3", white overcoat with plaid cap. If apprehended, hold for investigation.
Let's say, repeat.
Will you check in the area of the bus depot for this suspect?
5-6, Roger.
That's a repeat bulletin. Other units have been looking all afternoon for this suspect. Apparently, he has some type of flash instrument and scaring citizens to death on the bus lines here. Anyways, I started to say, while you're with us tonight, remember the people you meet are not actors. You see, this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 5-6, on patrol somewhere in the field, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Patrol 1 to car 44T, Washington and Adams.
Here on the street in front of the bus depot, Sergeant Perkins and Ross have gone into the depot looking for a suspect carrying some sort of a flash instrument. And we're being paged on the air. Let's get over the car.
5-6, code 1.
Five, 6 to 1, go ahead.
5-6, Detective Unit 5-5 is on the northwest corner of Washington and Lincoln. Side door to the bus depot. They have possibly located the suspect you're looking for. They request you meet them there.
5, 6 to 1. We're code 6 on the opposite side of the depot right now. Stand by. Kirk, 5-5 may have located that suspect on the Washington side.
We'll be right there.
Right. 5-6 to Control 1. Will you advise 5-5 that we'll meet them there in just a couple of moments?
1 to 5-6, 10-4. One Unit 5-5, Detective Unit 5-6 is on the opposite side of the depot. We'll meet you immediately.
Around this corner. Parked at the curb, another one of our detective units. Detectives Southwick and Parker. They're watching something or other up here. Oh, I see what they're waiting for. Out of a little side entrance. A tall, thin man in a white plaid cap, burdened down with 2 large carrying cases over each shoulder. Detectives moving in. There's not much question. This is our boy.
What are you doing? Oh, shooting pictures for the Eastern Kodak Company. At night? Yes, sir. I just got a picture on the bus. I just got a picture on the bus. Here's the bulb.
What kind of picture did you take?
What? Well, I wanted to get a picture. I wanted to get a photograph of the driver taking the fare from one of the entertainers. So he kept in full motion. He wouldn't stop for him. He wouldn't stop for me to get a picture of the picture. And all I got was a picture of the entertainer.
The entertainer? Where was that?
Of the singer. The singing entertainer.
Where was this, on a bus? I thought you said you want to take a picture of
on the bus. It was going at full tilt, you know. The bus was going at real high speed.
Boy, the flashbulb went off. Boy, a terrific shot of light.
So what do? Is that, you do that for your own amusement, or are you working for somebody, or what?
Well, I used to work for the Herald Express.
Oh.
And,
Bubble gum, or?
I've got bulbs, bubble gum wrappers and stuff. I save them for the,
Bubble gum wrappers?
Yeah, for the department store. They keep a file, so I keep them in a ready file, in a daily file for them.
Who's that?
For the department store.
You're freelancing now? You're a freelancing photographer.
I'm freelancing, I guess. They just issued me a camera, and they issued me film and stuff, and sent me out to shoot pictures. And I only take a picture when my interest is attracted, and I shoot a picture. I don't have any boss or anything, you know. It's marvelous. I just buy the film and shoot the picture, and it just works out perfectly for me.
Do you have any particular subjects that you like to shoot the most, or does it make any difference to you?
Can I pick up my gum wrapper?
Certainly.
Boy, oh boy.
Pick up a little bit of everything. Huh?
Yes. I got a full pouch of tobacco, and a famous cigarette manufacturer offered me a car, 5,500 African cigarettes.
Be my guest.
Can I get a light with my lighter?
Here. I'll light your lighter.
I don't have any pictures on you that you took, do you?
No, sir. I think they're taken care of by the wire service. The wire service picks up the pictures. Picks up pictures that are interesting to them.
I was wondering about those gum wrappers and everything you collect. I noticed you've got peanut butter or candy wrappers and cigarette papers and everything in there. What do you do with all those things you collect?
Well, I try to salvage the tinfoil, cardboard, whatever I can collect. That just lays.
What about the bubble gum wrappers? What are those entitled you to? I mean, how many of those?
I don't know how many bubble gum wrappers do we have? We have over 6,000 bubble gum wrappers.
You've collected that many? Really? What else have you collected?
I collect matchsticks. I've got 2 full boxes of matchsticks. I used to collect those popsicle sticks. And every time I get 60 or 70 or 100, I wash them clean. And by golly, they go out. So I guess that the ice cream company salvages the ice cream sticks so that they don't go lost. I put on a sombrero and just go along the street, boy, and pick up whatever I find in the street that turns out to be of value.
Really? Is that right?
There's a couple things we'd like to talk to you about. You wouldn't mind riding into the station with us, would you?
It's wonderful to be protected. It's wonderful to be watched over. Yes. Well, I was almost knocked unconscious by the flash of light.
Stop. Well, pal. See you later. Detective Southwick and Barker have the info in custody. They'll take him into the station for further questioning. He appears harmless, but he'll have to be checked out.
Want a piece?
Yeah, thanks. Where'd you get this?
Well, that fellow gave it to me.
Bubble gum?
5-6, cleared.
1 to 5-6, 10-4. 5-6, William 10-19. Report to the captain's office. Code 2.
5-6, Roger.
Looks like we got some business, huh?
Something's up.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. Right now, there are more nurses than ever before in our country, but the demand continues to top the supply. Yes, the nursing profession is one field where you're always sure of getting a job and having enjoyable work. If you're interested, inquire at the nearest school of nursing or hospital. It's a wonderful profession, one you'll be proud of, one you're sure to enjoy. And now we take you to headquarters and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Office of Captain Lugo. Skipper.
Yes, I want you and Jim to roll down to the general hospital. There's been a baby that may have been beaten by the mother.
What happened?
Well, The information we got from the general hospital is that the baby has several bruises and very critical. In fact, may not even live.
Where's the mother?
Well, they're detaining her down at the general hospital.
Okay, Captain, we'll get right on it.
Okay, well. Hey, Don, will you record the statements from the people involved there, please?
Yes, sir, I will.
How old is the baby, Captain?
8 months.
8 months.
We'll give you a call as soon as we get some information on it.
Arriving now at the General Hospital in Los Angeles. Up the stairs now to a main reception. There's a mammoth building. I won't even hazard a guess the size. Suffice to say, it would take all day to walk through it. Our job now is to locate the baby. It may have been beaten and it's in a critical condition. I have to establish what happened. Information desk directly ahead here. White uniformed nurse sitting at the desk. Perkins getting the information.
Regarding this baby that was brought in from the police department. Over City.
What, you want to go up and...
We want to go up and talk to the doctor and to the mother. I don't know what we're going to do. We may place her under arrest. It depends on the circumstances.
You want to sign the book?
Signature, entrance book. Nurse assigning uniformed guard, act as our guide. Motioning for us to follow across large corridor. Over here to the elevator.
Going on. Number 11, my friend. Yes, sir. How's it going? Very good.
Inside the elevator. Starting up. Car. Several white uniformed doctors, nurses. Smell of antiseptic. Here's 11. Children's floor. Along the wall, dozens of mothers seated. All races, all creeds. All holding babies. The guard getting the exact location of the injured child. Along the corridor. Into a large ward. There's mothers everywhere. Here's one.
Pick you up. Don't cry. What's the matter with my baby? You want some?
Others have gone ahead. Let's catch up. Turning into a special nursery. There's 5 beds. Detectives. The nurse leaning over a tiny crib in the corner.
Baby here?
Clear plastic oxygen tent. Baby, white, rigid. One eye open.
Still living, still breathing. Yeah. Complete oxygen tank.
Doctor coming in. Stethoscope around neck. Tired.
What's the condition of the baby now?
Well, the baby right now is quite critical.
Have you been able to determine the extent of the injury at all?
Well, the injury, as far as I'm concerned, is only limited to, at the moment, to the buttocks. That's the only evidence of injury I can notice right now.
Is the mother here?
Yes.
Did she tell you anything at all?
Well, she said the child was okay until she fed it. Went in the playpen, suddenly choked, and went limp. But he said she did spank the child on the buttocks.
That's about all I can get as the injury. And the child is on the critical list?
Yes.
Whereabouts is the mother?
The mother is sitting right outside. She's still a very young girl. She's 17. That's
really?
Separated from the husband already.
What are you doing now? This is just an oxygen tank, is it?
Yeah, that's all it is.
Just in the breathing.
Huh? But,
Has there been any medication or anything like that you've given her as yet?
No, our diagnosis at the moment is what we call subarachnoid hemorrhage, or just the hemorrhage around the brain. But the causes may be quite common. I mean, we can't say it's injury, period. I mean, there's many causes for it.
What we're trying to do is determine the criminal end of it.
At the moment, I will not say whether or not it is related or not.
The best thing is just stand by until you are able to. Is that a bruise on the head there? I noticed.
No, that's not a bruise. That's been present since birth.
I see. Well, when you see something like that, you don't feel helpless about it, don't you?
Will her brain be injured? So that we'll have to wait and see. We just don't know yet. You'll pull her through, she's liable to be an invalid for life? Cannot say that.
I wonder if we could talk to the mother in your office. Nurse, would you bring her in, please?
Moving out into the hall. Special police from the hospital along with us. Into the doctor's office.
When I first looked at the baby in oxygen 10, I didn't think that she was alive.
We get so many POAs out here, they don't know what else.
Did they get under your skin after a while?
No, it's just funny, you know. I look at them and forget it.
Well, it's a little rough on an officer that has a baby. That really gets home to see the baby.
No food when they get home.
How anybody can mistreat a small baby like that, a perfect baby.
Glancing out the door. Led by nurse, young teenager. Bobby socks. Red hair and pigtails, and anxiety written on her face. This would be the mother.
See, we're down here to find out just what happened. And to not only be here to help you if we can, but we do have to find out from the baby's standpoint as to whether anything happened that shouldn't have. Well, now, you try to get hold of yourself. We're here to help you and find out what the problem is.
My baby, is he all right?
That we can't tell you. We just saw the baby a few minutes ago. Doctors told us they're just waiting now for the crisis.
For what?
For the crisis or for the tell them what it is. You try to pull yourself together a little bit so I can get these questions. I know it's awful rough on you. We don't want to be any rougher or harder than we can possibly be. We want to help you. 17 years old?
Yes.
And the baby is 8 months old, right? All right, now I want you to tell me just what happened.
Well, I just fed her baby food, pears, and she had some toast and some milk, and after
Did she go into convulsions or anything like that?
no, right after she had the toast, I let her play for a little while, and then took her and laid her down and gave her a bottle, and she just sort of like she never wants to lay down when she don't like to sleep at all. And she just got, I don't know whether she got choked or what. She just...
Well, can you tell me what happened then, afterwards? Did you take her to the fire department or what?
My brother-in-law took her, and they took her down to the fire department, and they gave her some oxygen.
And then from there they brought her down here to the general hospital.
Yes.
Now, the routine is what you normally feed her, is that...
She don't eat eggs and nothing like that. She just...
There was nothing different in her diet.
No.
Now, has she ever had this trouble before like this?
No, she had the flu.
How long ago was that?
About a week ago. No, it hasn't been quite a week. I called the doctor Friday night, and he gave her a suppository and a shot, and said she'd get better. I mean, she did act like she was better. She was so happy, and everything was like nothing was wrong.
Did you spank her or what?
Yeah, I was doing the wash. And, I never let her cry. And I didn't have time. I had to get the wash all done and everything. And, I didn't realize I was spanking her so hard. I was just in a hurry, and she wouldn't lay down and sleep. And, I don't know if I didn't mean to spank her then.
When you spanked her, whereabouts did you spank her?
Right here on both sides.
Both sides. You didn't strike her around the head or the face?
Oh, no, never.
By accident or anything?
No. After I spanked her, I started crying, and then she started laughing. Nothing to do about it. I'd pick her up and love her. Mm-hmm. It's good.
And, you don't think at that time that there was any injury or anything like that? She didn't show any injury or any signs of injury?
No, after I spanked her, she didn't keep on crying. After I spanked her, I said, now, hurry, Mama has to finish the wash. And she took her bottle and went to sleep.
Anything you want, Joe? No, Sergeant, no questions.
Like the doctor said, you're not supposed to spank a baby. It's when they're that little. Okay, so not to spank them like I did her, but don't you have to spank them? How do you make them mind? Please don't say you've laid the side downstairs.
Is there any place that you can... Fine, why don't you do that? Why don't you go with the nurse here and sit there, and we'll come in and talk to you a little bit, okay? It'll be easier for you. Yes, I will. Thank you.
There's a young girl disappearing down the hall. Motherly arm around her. What do you think, Sam?
Well, the crisis should be coming up before long. If the baby dies, we'll have to hold the mother on a technical charge of manslaughter.
It's going to be rough no matter what happens.
Captain, Mr. Perkins. Listen, we're down at the hospital now, and the baby's still in a critical condition. The doctor is not too sure exactly what the cause of it is yet. The baby's in an oxygen tank. And we're going to stand by down here for a little while to see which way it goes. All right, well, we'll check with you. The doctor thinks it's a hemorrhage of the brain, but he can't determine whether the punishment has anything to do with it yet or not. And the only thing they do is they have the baby in an oxygen tank, and they're just standing by waiting for the crisis. Yeah, and we'll let you know as soon as we get through. Okay, bye.
Well, like everybody else, I guess there's only one thing to do. Wait.
Coffee, Jim? Yeah, I'll take one cup.
No, not for me, thanks. I had enough.
No more cigarettes? Well, okay. Here's my last one. Thanks.
Bucks again.
You followed the Culver City detective? Yeah. Do you want to step this way?
Thanks. Something's happened. It's well after midnight. Corridors have thinned out pretty well. I'm down the hall now to the baby ward again. On the left, one youngster kicking up quite a fuss. Well, that's not our baby. Over in the corner, an oxygen tank has been removed. Here she is.
What's the deal, Doc?
She's got conscious. The neurosurgeon had looked at her and confirmed our earlier diagnosis, brain injury.
Do you know yet whether the spanking caused it?
No, still too early to say, but she's got a pretty good chance.
Mother of the child in the doorway, held over, staring at the child.
Okay, Doctor.
Mother, searching each face.
We'll be in touch with you if there's any change.
Get up.
What you have just heard is real. The investigations were recorded as they actually occurred. And now, back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's first investigation of the man carrying a flash camera resulted in his being released from custody. According to most standards, his actions would be considered eccentric, but at the same time harmless. The final case involving the injured child is now a finished story. After several weeks of hospitalization, the child is now well on her way to recovery. As to the police action, no concrete evidence has been uncovered to show that the child's condition was a direct result of the spanking admitted by the mother. Medical reports show that the injury could have been incurred in several ways. So as of tonight, the case has been stamped closed and filed away. This case, I feel, speaks for itself. To young mothers, it means one thing. To grandmothers, another. And to the man on the street, still another. Regardless of our opinion, there was something tonight to be learned by all of us. I'll leave it up to you as to what it means. So that we may all continue to learn and understand others is the reason for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Well, not much doing with your hack tonight, is it, Joe?
No, but it's still light. Anyhow, you don't seem too busy either. Traffic's not too heavy. Nobody's beating the lights. Oh, you cops have a cinch?
Fine cinch. On my feet 8 hours a day. You at least get to sit down.
Sure, but that ain't good either. Hey, maybe I got a customer.
Awful pretty customer. Well, see you later, Joe.
Right, Mac. Yes, ma'am. Where to?
Take me down to the end of this block.
End of the block. Oh, you're in a hurry, huh? I'll step on it.
No, take your time. Drive as slow as you can.
You want to pick up a friend of yours or something, lady?
No, I'm not expecting to pick up anybody.
Well, then I don't get it. You can walk that distance in less than a minute. Why take a cab? Are you tired?
Not so you could notice. Now, look, Johnny, start tooling that wheel. I got time to waste, but I don't want to do it talking to you.
Okay, lady. You just want me to drive down to the end of the block, and that's all?
That's all, friend. Believe me, that's enough.
Well, Mr. Drake, I don't think there's anything more we can discuss tonight, is there?
No, Mr. Little. Tomorrow's time enough to continue our discussion. I'd like to talk to your Mr. Aiken, if I may, before I leave.
By all means. You'll find him in his office, right through that door and down the corridor.
Oh, thank you. We'll meet tomorrow, then.
Definitely. Oh, Mr. Drake, ask my secretary to come in here, will you?
Certainly.
Thanks.
Miss Lawrence, Mr. Little wants you.
Yes, sir.
Night, Mr. Drake.
Good night.
You wanted me, Mr. Little?
Yes, Miss Lawrence. Come here, please.
Yes, sir.
You're ready to leave?
Yes, I am. I just this minute put on my hat.
Well, as you know, I had a combination of the safe changed today. It's locked now.
Yes.
Locked it myself in the other office a little while ago. But I wrote the new combination down on a piece of paper. Here it is. I'll put it in your bag.
Certainly. Anything else, Mr. Little?
No, I don't think so. Except to remind you that there's a lot of money in that safe, and you and I are the only ones that know the combination.
I'll take good care of it, Mr. Little.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, come in, Richard.
That Mr. Drake just left my office, Mr. Little. I want to talk to you about it.
In a moment. Well, Miss Lawrence, I guess that's about all. You can leave if you like.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Dick.
Night.
I'll see you both in the morning. Good night again.
Night. I just want to lock this outside door, Dick. Just a moment. There. Now, what is it about this Drake?
Well, he left the office, sir, but there's something about him I don't like.
Oh, he seemed all right to me. Don't worry about him, Richard.
All right.
Aren't you leaving for home yet?
Well, I have a few things left to clean up, sir.
My private phone. Probably my wife.
Let me know when you're finished with your call, sir. We'll leave together.
Good enough. Hello?
Hello, Walter. What took you so long to answer?
I was talking with young Dick Aiken, dear. What's the trouble?
We just got an invitation to play bridge tonight, and I was wondering whether you'd feel like playing. I promised the Websters I'd call right back.
By all means, I'd love to play. I'll be leaving here soon, dear. Be home within the hour.
Good. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Dick. Dick, is that you in the room with the safe? Doesn't answer me. I'd better go see. My safe. It's open. You at the safe. Put down that money. Put it down.
You can talk to Mr. Little now, Mr. Markham, but please don't ask him too many questions. He's very sick.
Any chance for him to pull through, nurse? Oh, it's too bad. Thank you for your courtesy.
Glad to cooperate with the district attorney.
Thank you. Excuse me, nurse. Mr. Little.
Yes?
Mr. Little, my name is Markham. I'm the district attorney in this city. Do you know where you are?
Yes. In a hospital.
Have you any idea who shot you?
I couldn't see the man. He was bending over safe. His back to me. When I spoke to him, he wheeled and fired. I never saw his face.
But the safe was open. And not blasted open. Who knew the combination?
Nobody except my secretary, Dorothy Lawrence, and me. She was on her way home.
I'm afraid,
just one more question, nurse. Mr. Little, your secretary had the combination when she left. Could she have communicated with someone in your office after she left and given him the combination?
Impossible.
Mr. Markham, I'll have to ask.
It's all right, nurse. I'm leaving. My friend Philo Vance is waiting for me outside the door. I won't disturb Mr. Little any further.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Little, please relax and try to sleep. I'll stay with you.
Well, Markham.
It's pretty bad, Vance. I was right in asking you to come down here. This is a mystery that sounds completely baffling.
I'm anxious to hear it.
I'll give you the details, of course. And I promise you this. It's a mystery you're going to enjoy working on.
In that case, I'm anxious to get started.
Mr. Markham.
Yes, nurse?
Mr. Little is dead.
I'm awfully sorry to hear that.
So am I.
Well, Vance, this has become not only a mystery, but also a murder case.
In that case, Markham, I'm doubly anxious to get started.
Dottie, listen to me. You got to believe me. I don't know a thing about Mr. Little's murder.
Oh.
I was in my own office when I heard the shot. I ran in, and there he was on the floor. Oh, I heard footsteps running down the hall, but I was more interested in seeing what I could do for him.
When the police find out about us, Dick, we're in real trouble.
Well, what are they going to find out?
That you and I work in the same office, that we were engaged, that neither of us had any money. Shall I go on?
I can take it from there. That you were the only one that knew the new combination of the safe, and they'll suspect that you slipped it to me before you left the office.
They'll have a pretty good case against us, Dick.
Sure they will. We've got no alibis that'll stand up. Not against the circumstantial evidence there is against us.
Oh, no. Dick, are you sure you...
Dottie.
I'm sorry. I guess I... Oh, that's probably the police, Dick.
If it is, I don't want them to find me here. I'm getting up out of this chair and out of here. Don't tell them, Dottie. Don't.
Dick, you can't go out the back way. They may have men planted there.
I can't take a chance on having them talk to me now. I've got to get my story down pat first. You handle this, Dottie, please. For me.
I'm coming. Just a moment. Yes?
Good evening. I'm Philo Vance. May I come in, Miss Lawrence?
You're the private investigator?
Yes.
Please come in. Sit down if you like.
Thank you. Well, Miss Lawrence, I didn't come here with a long list of questions to ask you. I don't work that way. I want you to tell me what you did from the time Mr. Little gave you the combination of his safe until the time you heard he was shot.
You sound like a businessman, not an investigator, Vance.
I'd like to think that a compliment.
It is.
Thank you.
Vance, Mr. Little gave me the new combination as I was leaving his office. It was written on a slip of paper. I put the paper in my handbag, went down the elevator into the street, and took the subway home. When I heard about the shooting, I went to my handbag, and the paper with the combination on it was still there.
Miss Lawrence, how friendly were you with Dick Aiken, Mr. Little's assistant?
Why?
Well, let's say I'm just curious.
In that case, let's say I'm just stubborn.
Have you seen him since the shooting?
No.
Has any man been up in this apartment this evening?
Of course not. What happened to all those questions you weren't going to ask?
The rest of them I'll save for later. That's all for now, Miss Lawrence.
I'll walk you to the door.
Thank you. You're quite sure no man has been up here in the last few hours?
Positive. Why do you ask?
That soft chair in the corner. From the indentation on the seat in the back, it's pretty evident that somebody quite big was sitting there. And very recently. Good night, Miss Lawrence.
Hurt you, Davy boy?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Maybe you ought to use a professional manicurist from now on. Huh, Davy boy?
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Sonny, you can quit now. Pack in.
Okay.
Where's Fingers?
In the next room, I guess. He was around a minute ago.
Huh? Fingers.
Here I am. What goes?
What goes? Always what goes.
I think it's cute.
Shut up, you. Fingers, you all ready to blow town?
Tomorrow, today, any time, baby.
Well, I just want to know you got your stuff packed, that's all. What'd you do with the rod I used?
What goes? It's in the river.
You gonna cut that what goes out?
Sure, Davy.
I think what goes is cute. Say it some more, Fingers.
All right.
Go ahead, Fingers. Just go ahead and I'll break your arm.
You know, Davy, you're awful tough lately.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. One of these days you're going to get real tough with me. That wouldn't be good.
Sure it wouldn't. For you.
Well, for you neither. I wouldn't want you to mess around with me. Only I think you're too smart for that.
Keep talking.
That's what I would do if you got funny with me. I'd keep talking to the cops.
That'll learn you to keep your mouth shut.
Davy.
Hey, Davy, what goes? You shouldn't
shut up, too.
Davy, I didn't mean it.
It'll learn you never to even think about talking to the cops. What's the matter with... What are you looking like that at me for? You sore because I slapped you?
Gee, no. I ain't sore. Oh, you ain't done that for so long. Do me a favor, Davy. Slap me just once more. Please. Just to prove you do like me. A little.
Hello?
Dottie, this is Dick.
Dick, darling, where are you? I hear trains, don't I?
You sure do. Why shouldn't you? I'm calling you from the depot. I'm leaving town.
No.
I got this all figured out, Dottie. You played me for a sucker. You planned that safe robbery.
You don't know what you're saying.
Don't I?
No.
What a perfect setup. You leave the office with a combination. I'm still there. And so is some friend of yours hiding in the room where the safe is. You find a way of giving him the combination?
Dick, listen to me. You're imagining.
Oh, am I?
Yes.
Listen, you knew I'd be blamed. You knew the police would find the connection between you and me. You'd get off easily, and I'd be stuck with a robbery rap. Only it's not going to happen. See, I'm getting out of town.
You can't do that. If you run away, the police will have something on you.
They'll have to find me first, and that's not going to be easy. Goodbye.
Dick, don't.
Going somewhere, Mr. Aiken?
What? Well, I was. Who are you?
My name is Philo Vance. I went to your hotel to see you, and they pointed you out to me as you were leaving. I followed you here. Why? Principally because you're a suspect in the murder of Walter Little, your employer.
I didn't kill him. All you had to do was listen to the phone conversation I just had. You know I didn't kill him. But you would also know who did.
I'm sorry, Mr. Aiken. I did listen to your conversation. Impolite, perhaps, but definitely not impractical. And I did hear you accuse your fiancée, Miss Lawrence. Now, suppose we go down to see District Attorney Markham, where you can accuse her again while I figure out the real reason you tried to skip town.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Little murder case opened with the killing of Walter Little, manufacturer, after he had surprised his killer in the act of opening a safe. Only two people knew that combination, Little himself and his secretary, Dottie Lawrence. Miss Lawrence was engaged to Dick Aiken, the only person we know of who was in the Little offices when the manufacturer was shot. Vance has brought Dick Aiken to my office, and after a short talk, I agreed to let him go with a warning not to leave town. It was a few minutes later...
Markham, you realize how absurd the situation of that safe is. That's the clue to this entire case, if we can ever figure it out.
Why don't we try?
All right, we'll try. First, the facts. That safe had to have been opened by the killer. We know that. It also had to be opened by somebody who knew the combination. We know that, too.
We're not doing so badly, apparently. That's two things we know.
Unfortunately, the things we know about this case are what make it so confusing. We know that the dead man knew the combination, and so did his secretary, Miss Lawrence. He definitely gave it to nobody, and she says she didn't.
She could be lying.
Of course. Her fiancé, Dick Aiken, either thinks that or would like us to think that he thinks that.
I'm still not convinced that Aiken and the Lawrence girl didn't do this together. It would have been easy. He was alone in the office with Little. She had previously slipped in the combination.
Might as well stop right there, Markham. There was no way for that to be done. We know that Miss Lawrence put the slip of paper in her bag and left the office for home immediately. Little locked the door after her. There were no phone calls and no way for her to communicate with Aiken after she left.
What have we found out by detailing what we know on this case, Vance? What's the answer to all this?
A very simple answer, Markham, I'm sure. Only, I don't know what it is.
You had to bring me back here to Mr. Little's office, Dan. Why?
Because this case is completely at a standstill. There's no way something could have been done, but it was done, all right. I want to see everything you do. First, Mr. Little handed you a piece of paper with a combination on it. When had he written it?
About noon of the day he was killed, as I understand it. The man came to change the combination, and Mr. Little wrote the new one down for me.
Who was in his office at the time, do you know?
Several men. They'd come up to bid on some material we needed. One of them I'd never seen before. He was there later, too, and was just leaving when Mr. Little called me in. His name is, Drake.
But that man might have overheard Mr. Little giving you the combination of the safe. It might have heard him say earlier that he was going to give it to you before you left.
He might have. But Vance, that combination wasn't stolen from me. I had it all the time. When I left here, on the subway, and when I got home. I'd put it in my bag.
This same bag you're wearing now over your shoulder?
Yes.
Uh-huh. This is beginning to make some sense now. I think I know what happened.
You do? Really?
Yes.
You know why I lied to you last night when you asked if there'd been a man in my apartment?
You were trying to protect Mr. Aiken. That was reasonable, even if you did use bad judgment.
In selecting Dick to protect?
Perhaps. Miss Lawrence, you've been very helpful. I think I know how this whole deal was worked. And I think, too, I'd better do something about proving what I think before it's too late.
Sure, I know you. You're Philo Vance, of course.
That's right, officer. Listen, were you on duty the evening Mr. Little was shot in his office in that building there?
Yeah, of course. Sure, it was I who ran up 4 flights when I heard the shot. Why?
I want to know whether you saw anything ridiculous on the street a little while before you heard the shot.
Well, how do you mean, ridiculous?
Well, somebody on the roof of an automobile.
Come now, Mr. Vance. What makes you think that happened?
It had to happen.
No, but I'll tell you. You might talk to Joey Cates, the cab driver who hacks on this corner. Something funny sure happened to him a little while before the killing.
What?
You better let him tell you himself. He'll be along any minute now, Mr. Vance. All I gotta tell you is that it was a funny thing happened to Joey. But it wasn't nobody on the roof of his cab. No, sir. So this dame gets in my cab, Mr. Vance.
Yes?
And she says, drive to the end of the block. Drive to the end of the block. You ever hear anything so screwy? She could have walked it in less than a minute.
Go ahead, Joey. This is very interesting.
Well, that's all I got to tell you. She got in, she got out at the end of the block, tipped me, and that's all. Only it was funny, a dame riding only a block.
Joey, this is very important. A murder case might be solved by your answer. Did you see what she was doing in the cab?
Did I see? Well, no, I didn't, Mr. Vance. I didn't notice, of course, but what could she have been doing in my cab in less than a block that would solve a murder case?
I'm not sure, Joey, but I certainly wish you had watched.
Give me part of the paper, Davy, honey, please, huh?
Oh, what for, Sonny? You can't read good.
Oh, yeah?
Don't talk good either. I'll be quiet, I'm reading.
Davy, why do your lips move when you read?
Who knows? I never watch myself. Now, shut up, will you?
And give me part of the paper.
Yeah.
Didn't have to shove it at me.
Yeah, I know. All right, you got the paper, so shut up.
Look at the part he gives me, classified ads. Who wants to read them?
Sonny, look. How would you like to be upstate where I sent fingers?
I'll be quiet. Help wanted mail. Sounds interesting.
So let it be interesting to yourself.
Davy.
Oh, how many times do I have to tell you to shut up?
No, Davy, this is important.
Okay, what is it?
Here, right under where it says personals.
It says personals. Hey, you read it. I can't see what you mean.
It says personals, blonde, who got in my cab on Thursday and rode only one block. Please get in touch with me immediately for your own good.
What?
I know what happened on that block and why you got in my cab.
Give me that paper.
Davy, your lips are moving.
I'm moving, too. The guy gives his name and address. Joey Cates, 50 Lincoln Avenue. Well, Joey, you're going to have a caller. Only ain't going to be a blonde. It's going to be me.
What are you going to do?
What can I do? The guy don't give me no choice. He says here he figured out what happened. Well, he wants a cut on that dough we got out of the little job. I'll cut him, all right. Boy, that cross the throat.
Davy, it could be a trap.
How could it be? Who would know about you and that cab and be able to tie it up to the little job like this? Well, nobody. Oh, sir, this is a McCoy, all right. That cab driver was just too smart. But you were too stupid.
I did just like you told me. When Fingers give me the dope, I hired the cab just like you said I should have.
I know. Well, no harm done as long as this guy who was so smart as to figure what we'd done was stupid enough to advertise what he knows. Yeah, who is it? It's a friend. A friend in answer to that ad you put in the paper.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hi.
Hey, what's the idea of locking that door?
Oh, we don't want to be disturbed, do we, Joey? Let's get this straight. You know what happened the day that dame took that one block cab ride?
Sure. She leaned out the window, reached up and wrote something on the top of the cab so somebody in one of the buildings could see what it was.
Yeah.
I didn't think about it at all, except that it was screwy for a dame to ride one block. And then I start reading about how the cops can't figure how the guy who killed that Mr. Little got the combination of his safe. And I realized that she probably... They put that knife away.
Sure. Only you ain't gonna like where I put it.
No, don't.
You were too smart, fella. You should have just stuck to driving a hack, then maybe I wouldn't have to do this. So say so long to everybody, Joey. You're on the way out.
I doubt that.
Hey, you. Oh, a guy who's handy with his hands, huh? You should have told me you had company, Joey.
Get him, Mr. Vance. But be careful that knife.
You'll never get a chance to use it.
No, it's just to make a liar out of you. Look out.
One more ought to do it. Good. And it did. Well, Joey, thank you very much. You risked your life to trap a killer. I'm very much indebted to you.
It wasn't nothing, Mr. Vance. You think this is risking my life? You ever try to make time in traffic in a taxi cab? That's really risking your life. Now, tell me, will you, what this was all about?
I'll tell you, Joey, just as soon as I tell our friend, the district attorney. Markham, you had your men pick up a fellow named Fingers Reedy, didn't you?
Yes, we picked him up upstate on information supplied by a girl named Sonny Bruner. I still don't know how you found out her address.
I coaxed our friend Davy to give it to me. At the same time, I coaxed a confession out of him. That wasn't difficult. He confessed to the cab driver in his room when he went to kill Joey because of that advertisement I planted in the papers.
Now that we have all three members of the gang, please tell me exactly what happened, will you, Vance?
Of course I will. That's half the fun in a case. First, Davy knew that Mr. Little kept a lot of money in his safe. So, the afternoon of the killing, he went up there, presumably as a bidder for some materials, but actually to look around.
I follow that.
He heard a man from the company tell Mr. Little the combination had been changed. Saw Little write down the new combination and heard him remark that he would give it to his secretary just before she went home.
Then our friend Davy left.
That's correct. He came back later, of course. But he left then and got that pickpocket, Fingers Reedy, on the telephone. He described Miss Lawrence to Fingers, told him to get on the same elevator with her when she left the office, get a slip of paper out of her handbag, memorize the numbers on it, and then return it to the bag.
Which Fingers did.
Which Fingers did, and promptly gave those figures to Sonny Bruner, Davy's girlfriend.
Sonny took your friend Joe's cab then, wrote the combination which Fingers had given her with a piece of chalk on the roof of the cab while it was riding. Davy never really left the little offices. He left Aiken and hid in the room with the safe, looked out the window, saw the figures, and went to work on the safe.
That's exactly what happened, Markham. Apparently, he made some noise. Mr. Little came into the office where the safe was, and Davy shot him. And that's all there is to it.
Awfully complicated, wasn't it, Vance?
It seemed to be. We got to the middle of this case without finding out much of anything we could use.
What happened in the middle isn't important, of course, in view of the fact that we were successful at the end of the Little murder case.
Calling all detectives. A lonely old recluse never mentioned the existence of a husband who arrived in time for her death. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. There's all kinds of evidence. And to be a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, you have to know what evidence to believe. Walking from my car to the big, lonely Carstairs house, I wondered why old Mrs. Carstairs clung to the place. She had enough money for the finest house in town instead of this 10-room barn in the middle of nowhere. Yet she'd lived here alone for the past 30 years. I expected Mrs. Carstairs to answer the doorbell. Instead, I saw a man of about 60, solidly built, heavily tanned.
Yes?
I'm Jerry Browning. Mrs. Carstairs expecting me.
I see. May I ask, what is the nature of your business with her?
Sure, I'm a private detective. I've been investigating a company Mrs. Carstairs was considering investing in. Now, I'll ask one. Who are you?
A reasonable question. Come inside, Mr. Browning.
I followed him inside to the gloomy reception hall.
This may surprise you, Mr. Browning. I am Byron Carstairs, Agatha's husband.
He smiled at me, but his eyes were cold and watchful.
In case you're wondering where I've been for the past 30 years, I don't mind telling you. I've been in South Africa.
Well, Mrs. Carstairs had never told me that her husband was dead, but neither had she said he was alive. Since it was none of my business, all I said was, "Okay, Mr. Carstairs, will you please tell your wife that I'm here with that report?" Carstairs kept his face bland.
I'm afraid I can't do that, Mr. Browning. You see, she died 2 hours ago.
A man who told me he was the long-lost husband of a lonely old recluse also told me that she was dead. Carstairs led me upstairs to his wife's bedroom.
Poor Agatha. I'm afraid the shock of my arrival was too much for her heart.
I didn't answer, brushed past him, and walked into Mrs. Carstairs' bedroom. She was lying fully clothed on the bed. There was no sign of any struggle in the room, no mark of violence on her. "I'll have to call the police, Mr. Carstairs, and ask you to stay here until they arrive." Carstairs gave me a thin smile.
I have every intention of staying, Mr. Browning. You forget, this is my home.
The police surgeon walked over to where Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide and I were sitting in the living room.
"Looks like a heart attack, all right, but I can't be sure until we make complete lab tests."
Dawson nodded, turned to Carstairs, who was standing near the fireplace.
"Mr. Carstairs, did your wife die in a bedroom?"
No, Lieutenant. We were downstairs here talking soon after I arrived this evening, and she suddenly collapsed, asked me to help her upstairs. I did so, and she died in my arms.
"That's real touching, Mr. Carstairs. How come you didn't call a doctor?"
She was dead, Lieutenant. Past medical aid. I was aware of my delicate position here, and I was wondering what course of action to take when Mr. Browning arrived.
I shot a fast question at him. "Where did you and Mrs. Carstairs originally come from?"
"San Francisco, Mr. Browning. We were married there in 1907. I have here the certified copy of our marriage certificate, which I obtained in 1915, just before I left the States."
Dawson took the photostat copy, glared at it, handed it back. I didn't bother to look at the document. Carstairs didn't have any other papers with him, but he had something even better. A suggestion that we go through Mrs. Carstairs' personal papers in search for possible references to him. We turned up a whole sheaf of stuff. Letters he'd written her from South Africa and now yellow with age. A few copies of replies she'd sent him in which he curtly refused requests for money. We found old photos showing Agatha Carstairs and this man as they might have looked 40 years ago, and even a tattered old wedding picture. Finally,
"Okay, Mr. Carstairs, I guess you're who you claim to be, but until we're satisfied about just exactly how your wife died, we'll have to ask you to remain in this house. That okay with you?"
Carstairs gave us his bland smile.
"It is perfectly satisfactory, Lieutenant."
I followed Dawson out into the reception hall. "You're not leaving, are you, Dawson? This guy's a phony." Dawson frowned.
"You're wrong, Jerry. I say he's a no-good scoundrel and probably shocked the poor old lady to a death, but there's no doubt he's Byron Carstairs, and there's no doubt he'll get him money.
Everything we've seen here has been carefully set up for us to see. Nobody would go to all that trouble and yet leave the most essential part of it, her death, to chance." Dawson frowned.
"Can you prove it?"
It was a tough spot because I didn't know how Mrs. Carstairs died. Well, Carstairs says she died downstairs, and that makes me think she died upstairs. Let's take another look at that bedroom.
"Okay, but you're just wasting my time."
The body had long since been removed, but the bed still showed the indentation of the frail figure on the smooth counterpane. I stared at the bed. There was something queer about the neatness of the counterpane and the careless way in which the pillows at the head of the bed had been thrust under the bolster. I pulled the counterpane back, picked up one of the pillows. "Hey, look at this soiled pillow, Dawson. Those marks right here, as though teeth had tried to bite on it. Dawson, Agatha Carstairs was smothered with this pillow, a form of death whose symptoms resemble certain types of heart attack. Come on, let's arrest the murderer."
I murder poor Agatha? Ridiculous. My wife was considerably my senior, more than 10 years. She was a very sick woman. Could not have lived much longer in any case. I didn't have to kill her.
Yes, you did, because you're not her husband, never were. Let me have a copy of that marriage certificate. Costa hesitated, then handed it over. This is a copy dated 1915 of a marriage performed in San Francisco in 1907. I don't need any expert to tell me that this is a forgery. You were very clever with all the fake documents and pictures you planted in the house during the 2 hours you had after you killed Mrs. Carstairs. But you slipped up badly on this marriage certificate. You see, on April 8th, 1908, there was a fire in San Francisco. The San Francisco earthquake and fire. And it destroyed every single public record prior to that date. So you see, you couldn't get a photostat copy of a marriage license of 1907. You're under arrest for murder. He broke down after that. He admitted that he'd spent years preparing his crime, patiently forged documents and pictures. It all started when he discovered that the real Byron Carstairs had been executed for murder in Alaska, a fact that his wife spent 30 years concealing. The imposter forged the photostat of the 1907 marriage certificate because that was where and when the Carstairs had really been married. But that was his one and only mistake. Like I said, there's evidence and evidence. And the easiest kind to disbelieve is the kind that cannot possibly exist. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
The Mutual Broadcasting System proudly presents Mr. District Attorney. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney, transcribed, starring Jay Jostin in the title role, Glenn Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
In just a moment, Mr. District Attorney. But first, while a great deal has been done about improving our schools, our educational system, particularly at the elementary levels, still shows serious deficiencies in many areas. The reason for the inadequacy of many of our schools is the flood of increased enrollments. Between 1953 and 1960, we may expect 1.5 million more pupils each year. It's a statistical certainty that this rise in school population will heighten the already critical shortages in schoolrooms, staff personnel, and transportation unless action is taken now. By taking an interest in our schools, we can help make sure that our towns get the best possible schools for the money expended. Good schools are vital factors in maintaining both prosperity and a high social level for the area in which they are located, as well as contributing to the prosperity and security of the nation. So, if you're a parent or interested citizen, why don't you see what you can do? Join and work with your local school board or any civic group that is trying to meet this problem. Education molds our future. Better schools build a stronger America. This message is brought to you as a public service. And now the Mutual Broadcasting System invites you to listen to Mr. District Attorney. Two men are meeting in an expensive residential hotel on the outskirts of Paris, France. One is Melvin Renshaw, an arrogant sportsman, social leader, and lawyer. The other is his only client, Rocky Rattano, multimillionaire racketeer, deported by the United States Justice Department 2 years previously.
Okay, Renshaw, so it's not a permanent visa. It's a passport, ain't it? It'll get me back into the States, won't it?
Only for 6 months, Rocky.
That's long enough. All I want to do is get rid of Lenny and floss on the narcotics end and take care of Lomazzo trying to horn in.
The immigration boys are smart, Rocky. All we can alter in this passport is the picture. You'll have to bleach your hair and grow a mustache to come anywhere near the description.
So in Paris, they got the best beauty parlors in the world. And I got a month to grow the mustache.
Very well. You can sail on the Queen from Cherbourg on the 18th of next month. I'm flying home tomorrow.
Right.
Oh, and by the way, I assume that you're expecting to stay with us while you're in town. My wife will be delighted to have you as our guest.
She, say so?
Well, frankly, no. But she doesn't have to. I'll tell her.
When do I get the passport?
I have it with me.
Say, you getting cute or something? Come on, let's have it.
It's made out in the name of Lebrec. Henri Lebrec. Perhaps you'd better learn to pronounce it.
Never mind the comedy cracks. Gimme.
Getting back into the States means a lot to you, doesn't it, Rocky?
Yeah. Let me have the passport.
Let me see. You'll net at least $1 million on the narcotics deal alone. Then you have at least that much still on deposit under assumed names.
Okay, Renshaw, quit stalling. What's the bite this time?
The bite? Oh, yes. Your lamentable lapses into the vernacular must be excused. However, Rocky, the bite, as you so quaintly put it, is $100,000. Just let me have it in cash. Checks are so easily traced.
Well, Wally, it's nice to see my favorite court reporter back. And nice of you to drop up here to the office and say hello. How was Europe?
Oh, Europe is terrific. Especially Paris.
Hey, you picked up a cold, huh?
Oh, a beaut.
Better take care of it.
I am. Do district attorneys ever eat cough drops? Here, have one.
No, thanks.
Made in France?
Yeah.
Pour la malaise de la gorge. You know, it's amazing the way everybody in France speaks French, even the kids. Any sensational cases while I was away?
No, not a thing new. I believe you're familiar with the situation on the waterfront.
Well, that reminds me.
Yeah, what?
Funny thing, I ran across a guy on the Queen coming back that I can't get out of my mind.
Yeah?
His name was Lebrec.
Lebrec?
Henri Lebrec.
Oh, should I know him?
I don't know. I got a feeling I should. It's like trying to remember the name of a tune. Got the craziest notion I've seen him somewhere before, somewhere important. Like the Rogues Gallery.
Hiya,
Johnny.
Oh, Mr. Johnson. Hiya. Hey, you've been in Europe.
Yeah, I got back today. Give me a news, will you?
Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Johnson. Here you are.
Thanks.
Boy, Mr. Johnson, you sure got a cold.
Yeah, you said it. I'm trying to figure if I should take it home or take it to the fight tonight. Where's the sports page in this rag? Here it is. Wow. So Melvin Renshaw has been made chairman of the boxing commission. They sure must have been hard up. Hey.
What, Mr. Johnson?
Melvin Renshaw. Rocky Rotano's shyster lawyer. Johnny, I remember now.
Remember what?
I remember the face. Here, Johnny, keep the change. I'm going to make a fast call on the chairman of the boxing commission. Who knows? I might get into a fight myself.
Melvin, please.
Mona, I don't want to argue about it.
I will not have Rocky Rotano in my house.
Shut up. He'll hear you.
Well, I won't.
It may be your house, but Rocky bought it. He's paid for everything we've got. He's my only client, and he's staying with us for as long as he's in town. Now go get yourself another headache, or go to bed, or go somewhere.
Melvin, I know you don't love me, but that man in the same house as a child Catherine's age is... Well, surely as a mother I'm entitled to some consideration.
Listen, Mona, everything you're entitled to, you've got. You've got me and this house. You wanted security, you've got it. I wanted your respectability. Now, if you expect to continue to live this way, I suggest that you make our guest stay pleasant.
Last of the cough drops. I feel like dying. Yes? Mr. Renshaw?
Yes.
Wally Jansen, Associated News.
Well?
Mind if I come in?
I'm afraid I'm busy.
Oh. I got a terrible cold. I think I must have caught it on A deck of the Queen Elizabeth.
Come in.
Thanks.
Come into my den. We can talk quietly in there.
Okay. That's a nice home you've got here.
Thanks. In here.
Thank you.
All right, Jensen. What's on your mind? I'm in a hurry.
Renshaw, I've got a crazy notion. A guy named Henri Lebrec had the cabin across from me on the Lizzie.
Get to the point.
Well, I've got a crazy notion his name wasn't really Lebrec.
That's all?
I think it was Rattano. Rocky Rattano.
How interesting.
Mm-hmm. Your picture in the paper reminded me that you're his lawyer. It also reminded me who Henri Lebrec looked like. Where is he, Renshaw? Hiding him in a closet someplace?
Mr. Rattano is in Paris. He was deported. You know that as well as I do.
Oh, but he's back, isn't he? Back to reorganize the rackets, back to straighten out a few things, jack the rough boys up a bit, tighten up the waterfront. Am I right?
Jansen, you're a good reporter. It's unfortunate that you can't have a longer career.
Oh, now, Renshaw, no guns. I'll get Hopalong Cassidy after you.
Do that. In the meantime, I'll get somebody after you. Somebody who really knows how. Rocky, come in here, will you? I always say it's silly to beat around the bush. Don't you, Jensen?
Oh, so he is here.
Yes. But the information won't be of much use to you.
It will be to the DA's office. He's a friend of mine.
Oh?
A very close friend.
I'm glad you told me.
I heard somebody at the door, so I was staying in my room until... Oh. Trouble?
His name is Jansen, Rocky. Wally Jansen. Associated News.
Cabin 29A. He was on the Queen.
Small world, isn't it, Rocky?
Yeah. Too small. For you, not for me.
Rocky, you did pretty well. Bleached hair, mustache. Too bad the guy across the hall had to be a close friend.
Renshaw, is it dark yet?
In an hour.
Give me your gun.
Yeah.
Get the car out quick.
Right.
Jansen, I've been working for months to re-enter the USA. I'm real fond of this country.
Well, that's too bad it isn't mutual.
So I can't let anything spoil it. I want you to know I got nothing against you personally.
I'm relieved to hear that.
Smart, aren't you? Jansen, it's too bad. I'm sorry, but I got news for you. You're gonna die. Turn at Brand Street, Renshaw. Turn out into Pier 13.
I'm glad you aren't superstitious, Rocky, but let's get this over with.
What are you going to do?
You'll see.
Listen, Rocky, this has gone far enough. You can't get away with this. The DA knows about Lebrec.
Yeah? Well, he won't be around to print the story, and by that time I'll be out of the country.
Just don't plan on leaving without me. I don't want to be left holding the bag.
You're on your own from now on, Renshaw. If it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't be in this jam. Okay, newsboy, get out.
All right, Rocky, I'm telling you. The DA's office is just waiting for something like this. He's my friend. He'll never stop till he gets you.
All right. Start walking. Turn around, face the water.
Now, Rocky, don't do it.
Too bad. Kind of a nice guy, too.
We'll return to Mr. District Attorney in just a moment. Some like it hot, with the fierce clash of man's war against crime, and some like it cold, with the dedicated purpose of a vigilant fight against evil, and some like it with a touch of the unknown, flavored with a hint of the weird and the unusual. But practically everybody likes a good mystery. For all lovers of the eerie and the mysterious, Mutual brings program to suit any preference. there's Counter Spy, the spine-tinkling exploits of David Harding and his everlasting battle to preserve our country's security. High Adventure stars the hero George Sanders and dramatizes thrilling moments from the lives and places of peril throughout the world. While Bulldog Drummond presents the suave and sophisticated private detective played by Sir Cedric Hardwicke. And with his own unique brand of hair-raising narration, Peter Lorre brings you Nightmare, featuring tales of the unexplainable. With great stars and great shows, you can't go wrong when you dial Mutual for mystery. Walk hand in hand with suspense, danger, and intrigue. Hear Counter Spy, High Adventure, Bulldog Drummond, and Nightmare every week over most of these stations. Now back to Mr. District Attorney and the case of setup for re-entry.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe that anybody had killed Wally Jensen.
Well, somebody has, Miss Miller.
Yeah, when's the autopsy due, Chief?
2 hours, and there'll be an official report. Say, Harrington, we've got to crack this.
But who would do it, Chief? Wally Jensen didn't have an enemy in the world.
All court reporters have enemies, Miss Miller.
Where did they find him?
On some rocks under the pilings of Pier 13, near the old brewer's warehouse.
Yeah, who was on the waterfront beat?
O'Brien found him. He heard shots and went down to the pier to investigate. He heard Jansen moaning. By the time O'Brien fished him out of the water, he was dead.
Well, didn't he say anything?
He mumbled something about the rocks. I tell you, I'll get whoever did this. It was the last thing I do. This sort of thing makes me as mad as a rookie on his first beat with a gang war going on in the back alley. Jansen was a good reporter and a good friend. He never did a mean thing in his life.
Oh, I'll get that, Chief. Yes, Ruth. Who? You mean Johnny, the newsboy at the corner?
Mm-hmm.
Well, tell him we're busy and to make it some other time, huh? Information about Jansen.
What's that?
All right, send Johnny in. Our amateur detective at the corner newsstand has a clue.
Well, Johnny thought a lot of Wally Jansen.
Yes, we all did. Yes, come in, Johnny.
Hello, Mr. Harrington. Miss Miller.
Hi, Johnny.
Hope I'm not disturbing you.
Well, Johnny, we are pretty busy. What's on your mind?
Well, sir, I've got some information I think the district attorney's office ought to have.
Yes, all right. Shoot.
Well, yesterday, Mr. Jansen bought a paper for me, see?
Yeah.
He flips real quick to the sports page, and there's a picture, see?
A picture of whom?
The guy that was made head of the boxing commission, Renshaw.
Renshaw? Melvin Renshaw?
That's right, Chief.
Well, what's the connection?
Yeah, go on, Johnny, go on.
Well, and Wally said something about Rocky Ritano, shyster lawyer.
Rocky Ritano. Yes, anything else?
Oh, yes, sir. I think Wally went to see him.
Renshaw?
Yes, sir.
To his house?
Well, he didn't say.
Rocky Ritano. The biggest gangster the crime commission flushed out of hiding.
Yeah, but, Chief, he was deported.
2 years ago.
Well, it's fantastic, and yet... No, he'd never get by immigration.
Not in 1,000 years.
Now, Harrington, we have only one little clue, but I intend to make a case out of it. We're going up to pay an informal call on Melvin Renshaw.
Right, would you, Chief?
Somehow, Rocky Ritano is back in the USA.
Okay, Spike, that's the way I want it. Yeah, I'm at Renshaw's now. Yeah, he's right here. The meeting's tonight, 10 o'clock in the brewer's warehouse I own, near Pier 13. Have some liquor and food sent over first. I want everybody comfortable. Yeah, real comfortable. Okay.
You think Floss and Lamazzo will turn up, Rocky?
They will if they know what's good for them.
I can hear them trembling from here.
Yeah, trying to remember the double crosses. Figuring because I was in Paris, I would know. Brother.
You better take it easy.
Why? You still worrying about that reporter?
I think the warehouse is a bad place for a meeting.
His body will be 20 miles out into the ocean by now. The channel current is fast.
Just the same, you better take it easy.
I'll take it easy, all right. With 6 Thompson submachine guns. That's how I'll take it easy.
That's Renshaw's house there, Harrington.
Yeah, the big white one, Chief?
Mm-hmm. Built and paid for on legal fees from Rocky Rotano. No decent lawyer would handle his affairs. Say, wait a minute.
What? What's
Here on the sidewalk. This.
Oh, what's that?
An empty cough drop package. Pour Lamelays de la Gorge.
Yo, what's that?
Say, this was Wally Jansen's. Come on.
You don't really think Rotano will be in the house, do you, Chief?
If he is, he'll be sorry. Someday we'll nail the goons behind him, too. The ones that weren't deported.
Yes?
Oh, you must be Mrs. Renshaw, hmm?
Yes, I am.
Now, is your husband at home?
I'm sorry he's out.
Then I'd like to talk to you.
I'm sorry, I haven't time. You'll have to excuse me.
I'm afraid I can't excuse you, Mrs. Renshaw. Here's my identification. I'm the district attorney.
Please stop asking me questions. I'm not well, and I'm very nervous, and I can't tell you anything.
Rocky Rotano is back, isn't he?
I don't know. Now, please, leave me alone.
He's been here.
No.
But you've seen him, haven't you? Tell me.
Yes. Now, stop it and leave me alone. Dear God, I wish I was dead. I have no friends, and nobody cares whether I live or die.
Your little girl loves you. She cares. And we're your friends.
That's right, Mrs. Renshaw.
Where is he, Mrs. Renshaw?
I can't. They'd kill me.
Now, Mrs. Renshaw, if you tell us, I promise you that I'll take care of you. I'll put you and your little girl on the 20th floor of the Broadmoor Hospital and keep 2 policemen outside your door day and night. Only you've got to help us.
Do you mean that? You promise?
On my word as district attorney.
Well, they're having some sort of meeting tonight at 10. There's several of them. I don't know how many.
Where?
I listened on my extension upstairs. The Brewer's Warehouse on Pier 13 on the South River.
You clear on everything, Harrington?
Right, Chief.
I want every one of them. Preferably alive. But if necessary, dead. Now, here's a map of Pier 13 and the streets around it. And the sound truck will be here.
Right.
The red circles indicate searchlight squads, Chief.
Right. I'll be here with a walkie-talkie. I have 2 police boats in the river channel just in case they try to get away by water.
Right.
Okay, let's get going. See you later, Miss Spinner.
See me later?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, what I say. Good night.
Chief, the only way you can keep me off Pier 13 tonight is to fire me. Oh, I hate the waterfront.
Well, it'll be a lot cleaner when tonight's over. That's Harrington. Yes, Harrington.
Road barricade on Brant Street. Okay, Chief.
Check. Police boats?
Police boats 14 DR 6 and 7, station mid-channel, opposite Pier 13.
Tear gas?
Guns issued.
Others in position?
Baird and Evans at the rear of the warehouse. Good shelter behind northeast corner of the building. Everything set. Everybody in position.
Okay. Not a move until I give the signal.
Now, we settle down and wait.
Yes, but not for long. It's after 10.
Oh, this is going to be a beaut.
Now, stay in the shadow of the fence, Miss Spinner.
Sorry, Chief.
I wish there wasn't so much moon. Yes, Harrington?
Black sedan just past the road barricade on Brant Street, Chief.
Okay, Harrington. We'll wait until the next car passes.
Are they coming?
Yes. Listen.
Our first guess?
Mm-hmm. Keep your fingers crossed.
Right.
And stay in the shadows. These men are killers.
Can you see?
5 of them going into the warehouse. Yes, Harrington?
Second car passing Brant Street barricade, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
Green Cadillac. 5 men.
10 of them. Rocky Rotano's whole mob. Ready with the searchlights, Harrington.
15,000 waters.
Harrington.
Chief.
When I switch off, connect my mic into the loudspeakers on the sound truck.
Check.
And just remember the Thompson submachine guns fire 600 bullets a minute. Be careful.
Right.
Okay, I'm switching off. Give them the lights in 5 seconds.
1, 2, 3, 4, Chief, it's like daylight.
All right, Retanno. You're surrounded. Come out with your hands up, all of you. The warehouse is surrounded and the pier is covered by police boats. Come out with your hands up.
Chief, are they come...
Wait.
Come and get us, choppers! Come and get us!
We'll return to Mr. District Attorney in just a minute. If you're a teenager or older, you can play a vital part in the defense of our country. How? By joining the Ground Observer Corps. The Ground Observers have been set up to supplement the radar defenses of our country. Due to the way radar operates, there are gaps in it that can only be eliminated by human watchers. Now, if we are not to be caught unprepared, we must act now. The Ground Observers are located on the east and west coasts and in the northern Middle West. Now, when the Ground Observer system is extended to the rest of the country, 300,000 more volunteers will be needed. Their training and time on duty are supervised by officers and airmen of the Air Defense Command. All Americans from teenage up are eligible to become sky watchers. No matter where you live, a bombing attack would affect you. If Los Angeles, Chicago, or New York were attacked, it would affect every farmer in North Dakota and miner in Montana. So why don't you join the Ground Observer Corps? Write or telephone your nearest Civil Defense Center or write to the Ground Observer Corps, Air Force, Washington, D.C. This message is brought to you as a public service. Back now to Mr. District Attorney and the payoff in today's case history of waterfront crime. Set up for re-entry.
Four cops killed. So help me, every one of those guys will get the chair. Miller, stay back.
It's Harrington. He's coming over. Right under their guns, he's coming over.
Fool, what's the matter with him? Is he gone crazy?
They hit the sound truck and broke the equipment. I wasn't receiving you.
Well, I'll try the police boat. Police boat 14 DR6. Can you hear me?
He's not receiving you.
Oh, they couldn't have gotten the boats, could they, Harrington?
No, they were firing away from the water.
Police boat DR6, not receiving you. Give them the tear gas guns. Sound 2 blasts on your whistle if you receive and understand this order. Over.
Oh, what's the matter with that police boat? Can't they do something with their equipment? Chief, there's their whistle. They heard you.
Yes. Well, there are the tear gas guns.
That'll bring them out driving crazy. Burn their eyes black.
Chief, look.
What? What is it?
Over there, a man coming out of the warehouse.
Yeah. Hey, that's Rocky. Rocky Retired.
He's coming this way.
Keep quiet.
Chief, don't be crazy. That man's a killer.
I've been waiting for this. Watch me, Harrington. Maybe you can get his gun.
Try and get me, copper.
He's trying to get away.
Oh, Chief, you can't fight him with your bare feet.
That's the way I want it. Okay, Rocky. And there's another one for Wally Jensen. His gun, Harrington. He's dropped it.
Yeah, I got it.
What's the matter, Rocky? Don't like fighting with your fists, eh?
Listen, I'll pay off.
Pay me for Wally Jensen's life. There isn't that much dough in the world.
Chief, are you all right?
Yes, I never felt better in my life.
Boy, they're coming out of the warehouse. It's over.
All right, get Rocky out of the water, Harrington. That's a fish I'm going to fry personally.
In a moment, a final report from Mr. District Attorney. There's something in the air, something new in Mutual's air. Star names in the stellar productions are adding their shine to the glittering roster of outstanding entertainment on your Mutual station. Such famous luminaries as Madeline Carroll, Arlene Francis, and Betty Clooney bring you programs that run the gamut from serious drama to gay humor to popular music. And that's not all, not by far. There are Sir Cedric Hardwicke, Peter Lorre, David Ross, Duncan Hines, Edward Arnold, Jay Jostin, and George Sanders as well. So many stars, it's almost breathtaking. And you'll find the kind of programming they bring you is breathtakingly different, too. Their shows on Mutual are new in many ways. You'll find they add a brand new slant to your concepts of entertainment. But that's not all, either. Your own favorite time-tested stories and characters are not neglected. Some of the most famous fiction creations that ever saw the light of day bring you their ever-popular kinds of listening pleasure. Remember, it's your mutual station that has something different. Stay tuned throughout the day, throughout the week, and hear for yourself over most of these same stations.
Ladies and gentlemen, every member of the Retano gang was captured. As a result, one of the most vicious narcotic strings in the country was broken. Rocky was convicted and sent to the electric chair for Wally Jansen's murder, leaving Mrs. Renshaw free at last to bring up her little daughter in dignity and security.
The names of all characters in this transcribed dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Johnston in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. Mr. District Attorney was produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written by Harry Junkin, and directed by Leslie Harris. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Ed Ladd speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcast.
Gangbusters, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories, has asked Captain O. Thornton Link, former Chief of Detectives, Police Department, Danville, Virginia, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Captain Link.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. It was about 10 minutes to 9 on a pleasant winter morning of February 1954 when John Wilson approached the front door of the Danville, Virginia bank in which he worked. He inserted his key in the door. As he opened the door, he heard footsteps behind him.
I'm going in with you, Mr. Wilson.
Oh? Oh, one of the messengers from the main bank?
Never mind the questions. Move on in.
Hey, be careful with that gun.
I'll be careful. Inside and shut up.
Look, what do you want from me? I'm just an employee.
Sure you are. You know the combination of the vault, too. You're going to open it for me.
But I don't know the combination.
Look, Mr. Wilson, I happen to know that you're the only person besides the manager who does know the combination. Now, you want me to use this gun?
All right.
Well, let's get to the vault. Go on, you lead the way.
You know you won't get away with this.
I ain't worried. Okay. Now open it. No funny business.
Here you are.
Okay, mister. I'll open the door myself.
Come on.
Why, you want to play rough, do you?
Stupid hoodoo.
I warned you. Next time, maybe you'll listen.
Within a few minutes, Gangbusters listeners, the lone bandit looted the bank vault of almost $35,000. About 5 minutes later, another employee arrived at the bank, found the injured man on the floor, and immediately called police headquarters. I answered the alarm, taking Sergeant Lewis Hance with me. John Wilson had not yet been moved, and I remember bending over to talk to him. How do you feel now, Mr. Wilson?
Not so good. My head, I'm so dizzy.
An ambulance is on its way. Should be here any minute.
I tried to stop him.
Can you remember what he looked like, Mr. Wilson?
Not too well. Oh, my head.
Maybe we'd better save this questioning for later.
No, I'll tell you what I can. He knew all about me in the bank. I never saw him before. He kept a muffler around his chin, but I'd recognize him again.
How tall was he?
Oh, about like me. Short.
Mm-hmm. Now, that's an ambulance, Mr. Wilson. Good. I'll be down at the hospital to talk to you later.
Oh, Captain.
Yes, Lou, what did you find out?
There's someone outside that might be able to help us. A girl.
Okay, let's go see. Oh, wait a second. Here's the ambulance crew. It's right over there, Doctor, near the vault. Well, about the girl. Where'd you say she is?
We're waiting outside.
Good. Come on.
Here she is. Here, you can talk to her yourself.
All right, everybody, step back.
Miss, this is Captain Link.
Oh, hello. Say, this is a big robbery, isn't it?
Pretty big.
When I went to the movies last week, there was a robbery in it. The police never were able to find out who did it.
Look, Miss, suppose you tell the captain what you told me.
Oh, yeah. Well, my mother sent me to the store. We were going to have breakfast, and we didn't have any bread. I lived just a few doors away from the bank. Anyway, when I left the house, I noticed a red laundry truck parked across the street.
Now, what time was that, Miss?
Well, I already told the sergeant. It was about 9:15.
Go on.
Well, when I came back from the store, maybe about 10 after 9, there was this big crowd, and the laundry truck was gone. That's all.
I see. Well, thank you very much. You've been very helpful.
Oh, it's all right. Say, why don't you call in one of those private eyes? In this movie, I saw the police never could solve the case, but the private eye, he was able to tell them...
Yes, I saw it.
Oh.
If you'll give your name and address to the officer by the door.
Sure.
Tom, take this girl's name and address, will you? And thanks again. Come on, Lou.
You're going to trace the truck?
Yeah. If we can find that driver, he might have seen something that'll give us a line on the holdout man. It's the beginning, anyway. There it is, Lou. House with a little white fence.
Right. It's a nice little place, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Come on.
I sure hope that laundry driver can tell us something.
So do I. I was counting on finding some fingerprints in the vault. But no luck.
Fancy door knocker, huh?
Don't know why people have them. No one ever uses them.
Decoration. My wife made me buy one, too. She said it makes the door look neater. I wonder if he's home.
I hear someone coming.
Yes?
Floyd Skeers?
That's right.
I'm Captain Link. This is Sergeant Hance.
Police?
That's right. May we come in a minute?
Well, Yeah, sure. Come on in.
Thank you.
Yeah, what can I do for you? You selling tickets?
No, Mr. Skeers. We wanted to talk to you about the bank robbery this morning. You know about it?
Yes, I heard. So you'll have to excuse the apron. I was just fixing dinner. I always do my own cooking. Well, what about the bank robbery?
Well, we found out you had your laundry truck parked not far from the bank, just a little while before the robbery.
Yes, I did. A matter of fact, I usually stop in the bank the first thing in the morning to get changed, but this was my pickup day, and I didn't need any. And any other day, and I might have been right there.
Did you see anything unusual? A man running, maybe? A car leaving in a hurry?
No, not a thing, Sergeant. My dog, he wants to come in. Now let him wait. No, I was way down on Main Street before I even knew about the robbery. Wasn't there anyone else around?
No one but you.
Yeah, that's too bad. I wish I could help you. I think I'd better let him in. We'll scratch half the paint off the door.
We'll be going anyway.
Thought I'd forgot you, boy, huh?
He's a nice dog.
Yeah, he sure is.
Well, thanks, Mr. Skeers.
Well, that's all right. If I think of anything further, I'll get in touch with you.
Yes, do that. Goodbye.
Bye.
What do you think, Captain?
I don't know. Guess there was no reason for him to lie. There's something about him. Almost seemed too friendly, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I sort of sensed it myself.
What now? I'm not exactly sure. Better check on what hoods are in town. Find out what they were doing this morning. Better find out if anybody's spending more money than he earns, too.
Sounds like a lot of legwork.
Good for the muscles, Lou. Good for the muscles. The search was on, Gangbusters listeners. Local, state, and federal authorities combined forces in a roundup of all suspicious characters and all possible leads. Roadblocks were set up, and planes of the Civil Air Patrol flew over backwoods areas, hoping to spot any automobiles that deliberately avoided the blocks. 8 days went by, during which several leads were followed and then dropped as false. Then, in a small restaurant on one of Danville's side streets...
Hey, you over there at the bar. Me? Yeah, come here a minute. What do you want? You hungry? Sure I'm hungry. Why? Sit down here. Have a meal on me. What? Sit down and eat. Well, you mean you're going to snake me? Sure. Be my guest. Sit down. You sure there's no catches? Go on. Order anything you like. Okay. I only got a quarter. I was just going to have a hamburger. I'll take the turkey. Say, what's the idea? This is a celebration? Sure, sort of. I always said if I ever made a strike, I'd set up a big meal for some guy who needed it every night for a week. Oh, that's nice. That's real nice. I was hungry once, Buster. I know what it's like. Oh, sure thing. And what'd you do? A business deal come through? Well, you might say. Hey, waiter, bring this man the turkey. Yeah, I had a good business deal. And there'll be more coming, too. Ah, that's good. A nice guy like you. A nice guy like you, he should always make out.
All right, Mo. Let's see the captain now.
What do you want from me? What'd you pick me up
You'll
for?
find out. Just relax.
I didn't do nothing. I swear I didn't.
You can tell that to the captain.
You cops, you're all alike. You pick up a guy who's mind his own business. Big deal, Captain. What am I supposed to do, Bow?
Just take it easy.
Come in.
All right, Mo. You first.
Don't shove, that's all. Don't shove.
All right, sit down over there, Mo.
Hello, Mo.
Nice going, Mo. He does a better job of acting each time.
Well, you know how it is. A guy can't be too careful.
All right, Mo. Go ahead and spill what you know.
Well, it's like this. There's a guy. His name is Jerry Keaton. For the last week now, he's been spending a lot of dough. He even spent some on me. He said it was a business deal, but sounded kind of fishy to me. I thought you better know. You told me to be on the lookout.
About an hour later, Jerry Keaton was picked up in Danville's business section. He was soon in my office at police headquarters.
There you are, Keaton.
Thanks. I was real thirsty.
All right, you had your glass of water. Now let's start all over again.
But I told you guys are crazy dragging me down to headquarters. I didn't do anything.
Where'd you get the dough you've been flashing?
I earned it. Where do you think?
Come off it, Keaton. We checked. You haven't worked for 2 years.
But it's true.
Now listen to me, Keaton. You're in real trouble. The only way you'll get along is to tell the truth. Now, where'd you get that money?
All right, I'll tell you. I didn't want to say.
I'm listening.
An uncle of mine died in Australia and left me his fortune. He started out as a newsboy and worked his way up to...
Cut it out, Keaton. Now, you better listen. A man may die because of that holdup, and if he does, no Australian uncle's going to help you.
Sure.
Get him out of here, Lou. Turn him over to Kelly. Have him booked on suspicion.
All right. Come on, Keaton.
Look, you guys can't hold me. I don't know nothing about no bank job. I told you.
Detective Division, Captain Link. Oh, hello, Tom. Oh, what's that? I see. All right, thanks. Lou, can you come back here a moment?
Kelly's putting him in his cell right now, Captain. Might be our man, all right.
I'm not so sure now.
Why?
Just got a call from Tom Haynes. He just found out from a neighbor of his that this neighbor's brother-in-law lent a .32 automatic to a friend for some target practice. Never got it back. Friend said he lost the gun.
Well, what's that got to do with Keaton?
Just this. The name of the friend who first borrowed and then lost the gun is Skeers. Floyd Skeers.
Skeers, the laundry driver?
Mm-hmm. Our innocent friend, the laundry driver.
Back to Gangbusters in a moment. Tomorrow night, Lou Ayres plays the role of Sigmund Freud when the Radio Hall of Fame focuses a dramatic spotlight on the crisis of the famous scientist's controversial career. Hear how Dr. Freud faced his personal dilemma, whether to drown his curiosity about mental medicine and stay within the conventions of his day, or to follow his astonishing inclinations and court ridicule or worse from the established members of his profession. CBS Radio presents the Radio Hall of Fame tomorrow night on most of these stations with your host, Edward Arnold. Now, back to Gangbusters and Captain O. Thornton Link, formerly Chief of Detectives, Police Department, Danville, Virginia.
Once the unexpected information on Floyd Skeers was received, Gangbusters listeners, a new element had entered the case. Almost immediately, a check was begun on Skeers' background and financial conditions, and the next day in my office... Come in. What'd you find out, Lou?
Good deal, Captain. First, Skeers has always been a quiet, respectable guy. Nothing unusual about him.
Well, that's no help.
That's not all. Just yesterday, he paid off a bank loan he's owed for a long time, and he bought himself a flock of new clothes.
He's spending money, too.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, just a minute. Detective Division, Captain Link.
Are you in charge of the detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
I told him I didn't want to talk to anyone but the man in charge.
I see. What can I do for you?
Well, I found a gun.
What's that?
A gun. I found a gun behind my house.
What kind of gun?
Oh, I don't know. A gun. Listen, are you sure you're the man in charge?
Yes, Let me have your name and address, ma'am. I want to come down to see you.
Here we are, Captain.
Yes. The woman out in front must be the one who phoned me.
Are you Captain Link?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm glad you're here. I was getting real nervous with that gun around.
Where is it?
Oh, I didn't touch it. Wouldn't dare touch it.
That's very wise, ma'am. Now suppose you show me where it is.
All right. It's around behind the house. Come on, I'll lead the way.
Right, ma'am.
They didn't want to let me talk to you at first. But I always insist on talking to the man in charge. The way to get things done.
Nice lawn you have here.
Yeah. High school boy comes by and looks after it. Oh, you see that little brook behind the house? It's where I found the gun.
How'd you happen to find it?
Well, there's a place in the brook where I like to dip out water sometimes for the flowers, but it's all blocked up with twigs and things. I started to try to clear it out. Here we are. Isn't it pretty here?
Yes, ma'am. Where's the gun?
Oh, well, if you'll bend down here, this is where I was clearing out the twigs that's at the bottom.
Yeah, I see it. I'll get it out, Captain. Go ahead.
Be careful. Don't point it at me.
Don't worry, ma'am. I won't. Here you are, Captain.
It's a 32.
You think someone lost it?
That's possible. Excuse me a minute, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, Captain.
Good day. This is just about 2 blocks from his house. What time does he get through with his route?
He ought to be home now.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's thank the lady and go pay Skeers a visit.
Yes?
Can we come in, Mr. Skeers?
Hi, the captain again. Sure. Come on in.
Thanks.
Yeah, make yourselves at home. Want me to fix some drinks?
No drinks, Mr. Skeers. We want to talk to you.
Sure. Well, you might as well sit down.
We'll stand.
Oh. Well, I'll sit down then. Tough day. Now, what can I tell you? I think I gave you all the information I had, but if there's anything else...
There is. Ever see this gun before?
No, I never saw it before.
And then where's the 32 you borrowed?
Oh, you heard about that.
Yes, we did. Where is it?
I think I'll fix myself a drink. I lost it. One day I had it, the next day it was gone. You sure you don't want to drink?
No, thanks.
I wanted to take some target practice. That's why I borrowed it.
Did you know the man at the bank says the gun used on him was a .32?
Oh, no, wait a
minute. And he
minute.
says that whoever held him up knew the bank's routine very well, especially their morning routine.
Hey, look, I don't know anything about that holdup. Just what I told you, nothing more.
Then why did you try to hide the gun?
I didn't. I told you. I lost it.
In someone's backyard.
I don't know anything about it. Maybe somebody found it, and then maybe he dropped it in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
You got no right to question me like this. I haven't done anything.
Then you've got nothing to be afraid of, have you?
That's right. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Sit down, Mr. Scarce.
You all right? Look, I'd be glad to help you if I could, but there's nothing I can do.
That's what you said before. Where's your telephone?
Right over there on the table. You can use it if you want.
Thanks. Lou?
Yeah, Cap.
Call the hospital. See if Mr. Wilson, the bank employee, is well enough to come down to headquarters for a lineup.
Right. Hey, what are you going to do?
Give you a fair chance, Scarce. You said you had nothing to do with that holdup. All right, I'll see if you're telling the truth. I'll see if John Wilson recognizes you.
You can't make me come down to headquarters. You'll have to arrest me to do that.
But that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Scarce. You're under arrest. Sure you're up to this, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I'm all right. I'm anxious to see the man apprehended.
I think we've got the right man for you. Sit down here, Mr. Wilson. I'll come out and get you as soon as we're ready for you.
All right.
Oh, so there you are. How long is this farce going to go on?
Not much longer, Mr. Scarce. Who'd you get for the lineup, Lou?
Three of the boys, Haynes, Cook, and Jensen.
Good.
I got Jerry Keaton, too. I thought it'd be a good idea to have him in on this.
Fine. Where are they?
Waiting outside the other door.
All right, go bring him in.
Right.
All right, come on in, fellas.
You too, Keaton.
I'm getting tired of being pushed around
It'll
here.
be over soon. Come on, over this way.
All right. Now, you, Scarce, and you, Keaton, here's what I want you to do. These other three men are detectives. Wilson doesn't know any of them. They're all about the same height and general shape as the man we're looking for. I want you to line up with them, and when Wilson comes in, I want you to stand perfectly still. Understand?
Yeah, sure.
How about you, Scarce?
Well, I understand, but I don't like it.
Not asking you to like it, I'm asking you to do it. Okay, get in line. Lou, get Wilson.
We're all set, Mr. Wilson. Good. Now, when we go in, you'll see 5 men. Look at them carefully and try to pick out the one that hit you over the head.
You're sure it's one?
Well, you're the only one that can tell us that.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, Mr. Wilson. Here they are. Look at them carefully.
I don't have to, Captain. There he is. Right there. There's the one.
Keaton. He's pointing to Keaton.
He's crazy.
Are you sure, Mr. Wilson?
Yes. I'd never forget him. It's him, all right.
All right, thank you very much.
Is that all?
That's all for now. I appreciate your coming down.
It's all right. It's all right.
Thanks a lot, men. You can go, too. Keaton, stay where you are.
How about Scarce? Don't let him out of here.
It's eating you, Keaton.
I'm not taking a rap for both of us. That's what's eating me.
You mean Scarce was in on it with you?
You bet he was. If I get set up, so does he. I'm spelling.
Oh, you dirty.
Hold it, Scarce. Hold it.
All right, Keaton. What's the story?
It was his idea. He knew the bank. He got the gun. He drove me to the bank in his truck. I went in, I pulled a job, and walked to the truck, and we drove away.
He's lying. I never saw him before.
Sure, you never saw me before. How's your dog? Do you still keep your liquor on that table in your living room? All right. It's true.
What about the money, Scarce?
I'll show you. I'll take you to it. For a year I planned it. Seemed so easy and so perfect.
Not perfect enough, Scarce. It never is. Lloyd Scarce led the detectives to a garage behind a vacant house located near his. There, beneath a thin layer of soil, the officers found a pillowcase bulging with the stolen money. The next day, March 1st, 1954, the grand jury returned indictments charging both men with armed robbery. They received speedy trials and were sentenced to long terms in prison, which they are now serving.
Thank you, Captain O. Thornton Link, former Chief of Detectives, Police Department, Danville, Virginia. And now, Gangbusters Nationwide Clues, broadcast every week to assist American police in their war against the underworld. Attention all citizens. Be on the alert for a convicted murderer, Patrick Eugene McDermott, wanted by the FBI for unlawful flight to avoid confinement. Listen carefully to his official description.
Age 56, 5 feet 4 and a half inches, 172 pounds, brown hair, graying, medium complexion, may seek work as a hospital technician, machinist, barber, or composer of crossword puzzles. This fugitive has a 1-inch oblique scar over left eyebrow, tip of left index finger amputated, has tattoo of red and blue bulldog head, right forearm, has complete set of upper and lower dentures, which he may not be wearing, sometimes wears glasses, is interested in astrology, and composes crossword puzzles.
McDermott reportedly carries a snub-nosed revolver in right coat pocket. Consider him dangerous. Attention all citizens. Be vigilant for Herbert Bechtel, wanted by the FBI for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution for the crime of robbery. His official description.
Herbert Dennis Bechtel, age 37, 5 feet 7, 175 to 80 pounds, stocky build, brown hair, brown eyes, ruddy complexion, may seek work as a beekeeper or a dairyman. This man has a 2-inch scar on chin. Nail on left ring finger is marred. He has a 6-inch scar on back of left leg. Ball of his left heel has been amputated, causing limp. He may be wearing mustache and long sideburns and have hair dyed and artificially waved.
Caution. Bechtel may be armed and has reportedly stated that he will not be taken alive. He should be considered extremely dangerous. If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the nearest office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once. Tonight's Gangbusters case was dramatized by Art Wallace and directed by Leonard L. Bass, with Bob Haig, Maurice Tarplin, and Bryna Rayburn in leading roles. Gaylord Avery speaking. In the case of the jealous wife on Gangbusters.
This panhandler syndicate must be headed up by someone far more intelligent than Big Louie Arkin.
Obviously, Patsy.
But who?
I don't know yet. But whoever it is, he's made a mistake.
What kind of mistake?
Murder. Now I can track him down and find out who he is.
Oh, but Nick, if he's as clever as you say he is, he won't be easy to find.
Oh, I'm not going to find him. I'm going to let him find me.
Now
the case of the Persistent Beggers, today's exciting Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Our story begins in a hideout in a deserted riverfront warehouse. A masked man, whose Confederates fear and know him only as the boss, watches silently as his lieutenant, Big Louie Arkin, opens a large bag of currency and dumps it on the table.
There it is, boss. Today's haul.
Did every one of our collectors pay off, Louie?
Yeah. Every panhandler in the organization kicked in. $5 a man, like they've been doing every day.
You've told them that my orders are to use no actual violence when they solicit funds from the public?
Oh, yeah, boss. Just like you told me. No rough stuff.
Precisely, Louie. No rough stuff. However, I have no objections if our collectors are, shall we say, persistent.
Yeah, but some people, boss, well, they're cheapskates. They only come across with a dime or a quarter when our boys put the touch on them.
Then tell the boys that's not enough. They're to get a dollar bill out of everybody they approach, even if they have to scare them to death.
But, boss, you don't mean they should get too tough.
Not too tough, Louie. But tough enough. Understand?
Oh, yeah, I get you. Still, boss, you ain't doing so bad right now, you know. $1,000 a
Louie,
day.
do you by any chance envy my success?
Me? Oh, no, boss, no.
I wouldn't want you to be unhappy working for me, Louie.
I'm not, boss, honest. I'm satisfied with my cut.
After all, it's I who organize these poor, downtrodden beggars. Assign them to their territories, give them what protection I can.
Sure, boss, sure. And it's a sweet record I got.
Louie, your choice of words is offensive.
Huh?
This is not a racket. This is a legitimate business. All in the name of sweet charity. Certainly it's no crime for a poor man down on his luck to beg $1 for food and shelter.
Lady, can you let a hungry man have a little something to get a bite to eat?
Oh, well, here's a dime.
A dime?
Well, yes,
Give me that dollar bill. I gotta have money. I'm desperate, see?
Well, here, take it.
Hey, look, Jack, can you spare a buck? My wife's sick, and I gotta buy her some medicine.
Hey, what goes on here? You're the third panhandler who's approached me tonight. I'm not going to give away any more.
Look, Jack, I'm a desperate guy. I need dough. And you better not be a cheapskate about it. Understand?
All right, here you are.
A buck ain't enough, Jack.
Not enough?
I got a lot of medicine to buy. Better make it 2. Lady. It's all right, lady. I ain't gonna hurt you.
Well, it's so dark in this street, and I didn't see him in that doorway.
Look, lady, could you stake a hungry guy to $1? I'm down on my luck, see? I'm starving. No work.
Oh, yes. Now, just a minute. I've got $1 here in my purse. I have
you got a lot more than that in your pocketbook, lady. Look, I'm pretty hungry, lady. I could use all that dough.
Oh, no, please. It's all the money I got.
Hand it over.
No.
I said hand it over.
No.
Come on. Give it to me. Call the cops, will you? I'll teach you. You wish you never met a Foxy Pharaoh when I get through with you.
Oh, come in, Sergeant.
Thanks, Patsy.
Hi,
Matty.
Hiya, Nick.
Hey, what's on your mind?
Plenty, Nick. You know those panhandlers that have been mushrooming all over town lately?
Yeah?
I'll say we do. Well, you can't walk 2 blocks these days without one of them approaching you.
Yeah. Well, the pressure's on down at headquarters. Newspapers are after us hot and heavy to clean up the city. So is the mayor. And every day of the week we get our ears beaten off by the Citizens Reform League.
Oh, yes. That's headed up by John Prentice, the big real estate man.
Yeah, Prentice.
Sergeant, can't you pick up these beggars on a vagrancy charge?
Sure we can. We do pinch a few of them, but we can't arrest them all.
And if you could, Patsy, there isn't much you could do to them on a simple vagrancy charge.
Yeah, that's just it, Nick. The judge can fine them or give them a jail sentence, but the jail sentence is only a couple of days.
Soon as they're out, they go right back again begging on the street.
Oh, but suppose they're fined.
Big Louis Arkin is right there in night court to pay off the fine.
What? Big Louis?
Yeah.
Well, that's very interesting, Matty. Why should a big operator like Big Louis take such an interest in down-and-out panhandlers?
Oh, I wish I knew. Look, Nick, the commissioner asked me to stop in and see whether you would take a hand in this business, huh?
I'll be glad to, Matty. This panhandler situation isn't just a nuisance, it seems. It's much more than that.
What do you mean, Nick?
I mean, everything points to it being an organized racket.
An organized racket?
Yes. First of all, there's Big Louis, always on hand to pay the fine for any beggar that gets arrested.
Huh.
Second, these beggars are sprung up all over the city, on every side street, like the plague. And third, they seem to use the same methods of terrorizing citizens.
Hey, you got something there, Nick. If we could only get some kind of a break, maybe we...
I'll get it, Nick. Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking. Yes, he is. It's for you, Sergeant. Headquarters.
Oh, thanks, Patsy. Sergeant Matheson speaking. Yes, O'Rourke. What? Where? What did she say? Okay, O'Rourke, I'll get right on it.
What is it, Matty?
It looks like the break I was just talking about.
Oh, yeah? What?
Yep. It's not just vagrancy anymore, Nick. This time it's cold-blooded murder.
Murder?
Yep. A woman was blackjacked and robbed by one of these panhandlers on a deserted street. She died on her way to the hospital. But before that, she was conscious for just a minute, and she talked.
Yes?
She identified her murderer as Foxy Farrell.
Foxy Farrell?
Right.
Nick, wasn't he one of Big Louis Arkin's thugs in the old days?
Yes. Wonder what he's doing panhandling.
Well, I don't know, but I'm going to send out a pickup call for him right away.
Oh, and while you're about it, Matty.
Yeah?
Pick up Big Louis. I'd like to ask him a few questions.
Now, look, Louis. There's a homicide rap that goes with this. You better come clean. Now, for the last time, where's Farrell hiding out?
Now, Sergeant, you're looking for Foxy, not me. Why don't you find him?
Louis, you're up to your neck in this, and we know it.
Then prove it, Sergeant.
Why, you...
Hey, wait a minute, Matty. No use getting upset. If Louis is in this, we'll find out sooner or later. Louis, why have you been paying the fines of these panhandlers when they come into court?
Well, Carter, I'm a sentimental kind of guy, and a lot of these drifters used to be old friends of mine. Now, if you two coppers haven't got any more questions, I got a date.
Nothing doing, you. You're staying right here until we're ready to let you go.
On suspicion, Sergeant?
Wait.
Don't try to pull that phony charge on me. I got a lawyer who busted apart in 5 minutes, and you know it.
I better let him go, Matty.
No.
We can always pick him up later if we need him.
All right, come in. Oh, it's you, Mr. Prentice.
Yes, Sergeant.
Nick, this is Mr. Prentice, head of the Citizens Reform League.
Yes, I've met Mr. Prentice.
And I think you know Big Louis Arkin.
Yes, very well. Don't I, Louis?
Yeah. And I'm not forgetting you, Prentice. You sent me up the river for 2 years, and one of these days...
One of these days, we're going to clean such scum as you out of this town.
You reformers give me a pain. I remember this, Prentice. This town ain't big enough to hold you and me both.
Huh. What's Big Louis doing here, Sergeant?
We've been trying to nail him down on this panhandler killing.
I see. Oh, and speaking of that, Sergeant, when are we going to get some action? It's getting so a decent citizen can't walk the streets anymore. And now it's come to murder.
I'm sure we'll find the killer, Mr. Prentice.
Well, I hope so, Mr. Carter. I'm glad to see that you've taken an interest in this case. And as for the police, Sergeant Matheson, we demand that every resource of the department be thrown into solving this case.
Yeah, sure. We're doing everything we can.
Well, see that you do. Our league has considerable influence at City Hall, and if necessary, we'll shake up the whole police department. Good day.
Nick, he's out for blood, no mistake.
Yeah. Look, Matty.
What?
There's only one thing to do.
Yeah?
Get on the inside of this panhandling setup. Try to find out who runs it.
I'm convinced that Big Louis runs it.
I'm not. Take a bigger brain than Louis to organize and run a racket like this.
Yeah, maybe. Have you got any idea how you're going to get on the inside?
What do you think?
Big Louie said you wanted to see me.
Sit down.
Yeah, thanks. What's it all about?
Foxy, you shouldn't have killed that woman.
Oh, now, listen, boss.
You knew my orders. No violence.
Yeah, but boss, when I hit her up for the touch, she started to put up a fight. Gee, you can hear her yell for the cops a mile away.
Her purse was gone, Foxy, and you took it.
Oh, boss,
I run a legitimate business, Foxy. The collection of money for the poor and downtrodden, not robbery and murder. You know the rules of my syndicate.
Yeah, but boss, what are you going to do?
To use the underworld expression, Foxy, you're hot. The police are after you, and worse than that, Nick Carter has been brought into the case.
Yeah, but boss...
Foxy, I have no use for bunglers in my syndicate. I'm going to have to dispense with your services.
No, but boss, let me get out of town. I don't know who you are. You're always wearing that mask. Let me get out.
It's a pity, Foxy. You let your greed overcome your good judgment.
Miss Bowen?
What?
Miss Bowen?
What? How do you know my name?
I seen you around with Nick Carter. Look, Miss Bowen, my name's Davis. Snuffy Davis. I ain't had a thing to eat since 2 days ago. Could you spare $1 or $2 for a poor, hungry guy?
No, I'm sorry.
Hey, now, look, lady, I'm down on my luck, and I need some dough.
Get your hand off my arm.
No, not till you come across.
Get your hands off me. Police!
Hey, Beth.
What? Huh?
That's allowed.
What?
Yes, alias Snuffy Davis.
Oh, Nate, for heaven's sake, you gave me the scare of my life. What on earth are you doing in those dirty, ragged old clothes? Why, I never suspected.
Good. If you didn't, no one else will. Looks as if I passed the acid test with flying colors.
Well, Nick, what on earth are you up to?
Going to do a little panhandling on my own, Patsy.
But why?
I have an idea that instead of my having to look for the men who are running this panhandler's racket, they're going to look for me.
And now back to the case of the Persistent Beggars. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It is afternoon now, and as we rejoin Nick, now Snuffy Davis, he is panhandling his way up the busy city street. Suddenly, he finds a hand on his shoulder. He turns around to see a tough-looking vagrant with hard blue eyes.
You're mooching out of your territory, ain't you, Jack?
What you talking about? It's a free country, ain't it? I can work any place I want to.
Not in this town, you can't. What's your name, Jack?
Hey, look, you just work your side of the street and I'll work mine.
Oh, wise guy, huh? Come on, spill it before I wipe up the sidewalk with you.
Hey,
What's your name?
Okay, don't get sore. My name's Snuffy Davis.
Snuffy Davis, huh?
That's right. I just blew into town from Union City. I was just mooching $1 or $2 when you came along.
You can't work this town unless you belong to the syndicate.
What syndicate?
We got a setup here. Everything's organized. You gotta belong and pay off or else.
Hey, what do you mean, pay off? Who's running this racket?
Kinda nosy, ain't you, pal?
No, but I don't want to work. How do I join this syndicate?
That's better. Now you're showing sense. You know what a Boulevard Tavern is?
Yeah.
Go in there and ask to see Big Louie Arkin.
Big Louie Arkin?
Yeah. Just tell him Eddie sent you.
Hey, you Big Louie Arkin?
That's right, bum. What do you want?
My name's Snuffy Davis. Eddie sent me.
I see. And what do you want?
I want to work the street. But Eddie says I gotta belong to the syndicate.
That's right. Cost you $5 a day, every day.
$5 a day. Hey, that's a lot of dough.
Look, Bum, you can take it or leave it.
Ain't much choice, is there? All right. I'll take it.
Okay. First, you'll have to talk to the boss.
The boss? But I thought that you ran this racket.
You ask too many questions, Snuffy. Keep your trap shut and come with me.
Your name's Snuffy Davis?
Yeah, sure. That's right.
I thought you'd like to look 'em over first, boss.
Quite right, Louis. Snuffy, you say you're from Union City.
Yeah, sure, that's right.
Where's the Lyceum Theater in Union City?
The Lyceum Theater?
Yes, where is it?
Why, it's on Grand Avenue.
And the public library?
On State Street.
Then you have been there.
Oh, sure, I told you.
Never mind. You think he's all right, Louis?
Yeah, sure, boss. I give him a good going over. He'll do. He knows the rules, too.
Snuffy, the important thing is no violence. I conduct a legitimate business, and I don't want any trouble with the police. Do you understand?
Oh, yeah, sure. I get you.
Louis here will collect my commission every night. And one more thing, Snuffy.
Yeah?
If you ever breathe a word about coming to this warehouse or about this syndicate, your life won't be worth a panhandler's dime. You understand?
Oh, sure. I get you. I get you.
All right, Louis, give him the territory and put him to work.
Ben? Oh, Mr. Prentice.
Yes, Miss Bowen. I just dropped by to see whether Mr. Carter has made any progress in breaking up this vicious gang of panhandlers.
Well, he's working on it now, Mr. Prentice. And knowing Mr. Carter as I do...
Well,
Excuse me.
Certainly.
Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Patsy, this is Nick.
Oh.
I'm calling from a drugstore phone booth at River and Fourth.
River and Fourth.
Yes, now listen closely, Patsy.
Mm-hmm.
I met the big shot who runs this whole panhandler syndicate a half hour ago at a deserted warehouse on the riverfront.
At a deserted warehouse? Nick, who is he?
I don't know yet. He wore a mask.
A mask?
Yes, covers his whole face. I met him through Big Louis Arkin, who turns out to be his right-hand man.
Uh-huh, so there is someone higher than Big Louis.
There is. Now listen closely, Patsy.
Right.
I picked up a clue to the boss's identity, and I need your help.
Uh-huh.
He parked his car in a dirt driveway next to the warehouse. I didn't see the car, but I went back later and checked the tire tracks.
Oh, what was the tire pattern?
There was nothing in the tire pattern. 4 new tires of a common make. But the width of the car, the distance between the right and left wheel tracks, gave me a tip-off.
The width of the car?
Yes. The boss, whoever he is, isn't driving an American car because the distance between his wheels isn't standard. In short, Patsy, he's driving some foreign car. Now listen closely.
Yes, sir.
I measure the distance between the wheels. It's 5 feet 2 inches. Check the Automobile Association and find out what foreign make car measures that wheel distance. You got it?
Right. Check Automobile Association and find out what foreign car measures 5 feet 2 inches in width between wheels.
That's right, 5 feet 2 inches. When you find the make of the car, call the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and check who owns a car of that make. Can't be very common. After you find out, call me back right here.
All right, Nick. I'll get to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles right away. Oh, what's the number where you are?
Virginia 90568.
90568.
Right, and I'll wait for your call.
All right, Nick, I'll hurry. Bye. Mr. Prentice, I'm sorry I kept you waiting.
That's quite all right. I'll be running along now. I have a great deal to do in a short time. Good day.
Nick, I've got news.
Yeah?
The car measuring a width of 5 feet 2 inches is an English Arrow. There are only 4 in the whole state, and only 1 in the city. And that's owned by John Prentice.
What? Prentice? Of the Citizens Reform League?
Right. You don't suppose he could... Oh, hold a minute, Nick. Someone's coming in. Oh, it's Sergeant Matheson. Hi, Sergeant.
Hi, Patsy.
Patsy, look.
Yeah.
Prentice may be in this. And we've got to check the other 3 people who own Arrow cars before we can make sure. Here, wait a minute.
What is it, Nick?
2 mugs came into the drugstore just now. They're watching me.
Oh, Nick.
I recognize one of them. Panhandler named Eddie. Yeah, they're after me, all right, Patsy.
And Prentice is the boss. What? He was in the office when you called me and overheard our conversation.
Right. And he went out and phoned his men to pick me up.
Oh? Nick, what are the thugs doing now?
They're moving this way toward the phone booth. And they've got guns.
Oh.
Quick, Betsy, put Manny on the phone.
Well, Nick is in a real spot. Trapped in a phone booth with two of Prentice's men coming to pick him up. We'll be back to see what happens in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of the case of the Persistent Beggars. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As we pick up our story, two of Prentice's thugs are headed toward the phone booth to get Nick as Matty's voice comes over the wire.
Yeah, Nick, what is it?
Matty, I've got to talk fast. Two mugs had me trapped in a drugstore phone booth at River and 4th.
I'll have every prowl car in the neighborhood down there in 5 minutes, Nick.
5 minutes may be too late. They're here now. Listen, Matty, if you miss me here, try that big deserted warehouse next to the fur exchange.
Drop that phone, Carter. Another word and I'll blow your brains out.
Yeah, we're going for a little ride, wise guy. The boss wants to see you.
Well, Carter, it looks as though you've outsmarted yourself.
On the contrary, Prentice, you've outsmarted yourself. Your racket is ended.
My dear Carter, my work may be ended, but so is yours.
Wait a minute, Carter. You say the boss here is Prentice?
That's right, Louis. Prentice, head of the Citizens Reform League, the man who sent you up the river.
Why, you double-crossing...
Don't make a move, Louis. The same goes for you, Carter. As you see, I've got a gun.
Take off that mask.
Why not, Louis? There you are.
So you are Prentice. That Citizens Reform stuff was just a blind.
Exactly, Louis. I'm about to retire with my earnings. Naturally, I intend that both of you will retire also. And permanently.
You'll have to work fast, Prentice, if you expect to carry out your plan.
Mr. Carter, you underrate me. I have plenty of time. First a bullet into each of you. Then through this window. And oh, what's that?
The police, Prentice.
Police?
Okay, Prentice.
But I warned you, Louis. Thanks for the opening, Prentice. Bash the light, will you, Carter? That won't help you. Mix me. Hard to hit what you can't see, isn't it? Now that your gun's jammed, I'll show you that this is the most effective way. Okay, boys, break it down. Nick, where are you?
Over here, Matty.
Are you all right?
Sure, I'm all right. Turn on your flash.
Yeah. Hey, what's Prentice doing here?
Prentice? He's the big boss of this whole panhandling racket.
What?
And the other one with the bullet wound you already know.
Big Louis Arkin.
Right.
I'll say I know him.
He looks in bad shape, Matty. You better get what you can out of him while he can still talk.
Nick, I just spoke to Sergeant Matheson over the phone.
Oh, yeah?
Big Louie gave him the whole story before he died, all about the killing of Foxy Farrell, everything.
You know, Patsy, it's funny how Prentice masqueraded as a respectable citizen for so long. Why, Big Louie, whom Prentice sent up the river, never knew who his boss in this racket was.
Well, anyway, Nick, the sergeant tells me this panhandling racket is definitely finished.
Oh. Speaking of panhandling, Patsy, I've got something on my conscience.
On your conscience?
Yes, $7.25. It's the money I mooched while I was Snuffy Davis, remember? Hey, what'll I do with it?
Well, why not give it to your boys' club, Nick?
Ah, Patsy, you would think of a nice thing like that. That way the money will really go to help those who need it. And that's what it was given to me for.
Nick, is Old Dutch Cleanser bringing us an exciting adventure next week?
I should say they are, but...
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce. The makers of bromoquinine cold tablets bring you another adventure of Sherlock Holmes with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. Watch out for colds, ladies and gentlemen. They're very prevalent now, and a little cold may be the start of a serious illness. What you want to do at the first sign of a cold is take famous bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets are made for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is the relief of colds. They act fast, give you speedy results, and that's what you want when you have a cold. Bromoquinine tablets are known the world over for their efficacy. Trust a reputation when buying a medicine. Do this when you feel a cold coming on, and you'll ask for bromoquinine cold tablets. And now, as we make our way through the night to Dr. Watson's hospitable door, we notice a feeling of spring in the air. The buds are swollen on the trees, still black and dripping from the rain. And there's the smell of warm, damp earth.
Delicious. Eh, Mr. Manning?
Well, hello, Dr. Watson. I didn't see you in the dark.
Yes, I've been out checking up to see if my magnolias survived the winter.
Any casualties?
No, they all seem to be fairly bursting with buds. There's nothing as delicious as that first faint whiff of spring. All is treacherous. Come along to the house before we both catch our death of cold.
After you, sir.
Not at all, my boy. None of that age before beauty nonsense. I'm not as decrepit as all that.
Oh, what's this? The front hall littered with trunks and suitcases?
Oh, yes. I'm afraid my annual wanderlust has broken out rather early this spring. I'm off on a little jaunt first thing tomorrow morning, but come along into the study.
Does that mean that this is the last of our storytelling evening?
For this winter, yes, I'm afraid it does. Well, I trust I'm not too forward if I hope to be invited back again in the fall.
Oh, of course not. You know we'll be waiting for your return.
Oh, thanks very much. It's very, very decent of you. To put up with the hand-wrings of an old fellow like myself. I appreciate it, you know. But sit down, Mr. Manning. Sit down there, over there, in the usual chair. Let's get on with our story before I get all glittery and sentimental.
You're going to tell us about Professor Moriarty tonight, aren't you?
Well, I had intended to, but I've changed my mind. I'm going to tell you the adventure of Retired Colourman instead.
Retired Colourman? Isn't that a military term?
No, it isn't. Mr. Josiah P. Amberley has been the junior member of Brickfall and Amberley, manufacturers of artistic paint boxes. He made quite a tiny little fortune. Retired from business at the age of 61, bought a house at Lewisham and then settled down. The very next year, 1897, I think it was, the old fool married.
Married?
Yes, married. The woman 30 years his junior.
Yes, that's always a bit risky.
Risky? Within 2 years, he was as miserable a creature as crawls beneath the sun. Oh, dear me, I'm jumping ahead of the story again. As I was saying, it was the 23rd of April, 1899, and a rainy and disagreeable April it had been. Holmes was in a melancholy and philosophic mood that morning as he stood by the window, watching the raindrops chasing one another down the pane. Rain had always depressed him when he was not working on a case. When he was working on a case, I don't believe he realized that there was such a thing as weather.
Look at that beastly rain. Hasn't stopped for 3 days. Might as well be another flood. Well, heaven only knows what transgressions could have brought it on. That's been a really first-class crime for months.
Well, cheer up, Holmes, cheer up. It's probably good for the crops or something.
The shortage in crime?
No. The rain, of course. Probably makes the little buds sprout and the little shoots shoot.
Oh, don't be so blasted optimistic. More likely rotting all the seed that's already been planted. Rain, where the deuce does it all come from? This confounded English climate? Why any man with half a brain stays on this rain-soaked, mist-bound island is beyond me.
I doubt if the men have anything to do with it. It's the ladies, God bless them. This climate gives them perfect complexions, and there's so many lovely creatures about. What Englishman would think of quitting the country? So much beauty, such exquisite...
Oh, rubbish, Watson, rubbish. The spring has given you a temporary softening of the brain. I regret to say it seems to have that effect on most impressionable males.
Impressionable nonsense. When a woman's concerned in one of your cases, you never even notice whether she's 16 or 60. And then you don't care whether she's got a well-turned ankle or whether she's flat-footed.
Oh, why should I?
Holmes, there are times when I think you're a cold-blooded fish.
Possibly, Watson, possibly. Why do you suppose the fool doesn't show up?
What fool?
Josiah P. Amberley.
Oh, is he one of your crowds?
Oh, I suppose I may call him so. It's been sent to me by Scotland Yard.
Oh, by Scotland Yard.
Quite. By Lestrade, to be exact. You must consider the case fairly hopeless if Lestrade hands the matter over to me of his own accord.
Look, Holmes, there's a cab drawing up in front of our front door. He must be your client, Mr. Ambler.
Yeah. Strange-looking individual, Watson?
He's quite an old fellow. Looks literally bowed down with care.
But no weakling. Look at those shoulders and that chest. The framework of a giant. He's arguing with the cab driver about the fare. Huh. Watches the pennies, eh?
I must say I don't like his face. So fierce and eager, and the way those snaky locks of grizzled hair stick out from under his hat.
I wonder what he's worrying. What's worrying, Mr. Amberley? Willing to bet it has something to do with money. I imagine nothing else could upset him to any great extent.
Nonsense, Holmes. You always look on the base side of human nature.
Here he is now. Come in, come in.
Which of you is Sherlock Holmes?
I am. This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
Who are you?
I'm a broken man. He's robbed me, the swine. Taken everything I had in the world. I thought he was my friend, and he took everything. Right from under my nose. In my own house. Robbed me, he did.
Yes, I thought sure it was a question of money.
Money? Who said money? He stole my wife. The light of my life. The apple of my eye. It's true she was very expensive. But after all, she was my wife, and he stole her.
Now, Mr. Amberley,
my beautiful blonde wife. Hair like gold. And my securities. The money I saved up with years of hard work. Gone. All gone.
Yes, thank you. First, tell us about your wife. Now, how long have you been married?
2 years. 2 years, and she's tired of me already. 2 little years.
Easy now, good man, easy. More facts and fewer recriminations if we're to get to the bottom of this case.
Well, 3 years ago I retired. Bought a house. Big house at Lewisham. Cost me plenty of money, that house did. Well, sir, I'd never lived alone in a big house before, and got sort of lonely. House began to need looking after, so I thought I'd start looking around for a wife. Nice, healthy young wife to look after me. Then I met Ella. Handsome girl she was, too. A good cook. Hair like gold. Could bake a beef and kidney pie that would melt in your mouth. So I thought I might as well get married.
Very practical, I'm sure.
Yes, that's what I figured at that time. But, Lord, Mr. Holmes, the money a woman runs into. That made my heart bleed the way the money went.
I still thought you'd have been glad when the other fellow took it off your hands. But who was this...
This wolf in sheep's clothing?
Yes.
His name was Dr. Ray Ernest, a young fellow. He used to come over nights and play chess with me.
I see. He stole your wife?
Yes, and my securities.
Yes, but surely the securities are registered. You can hardly hope to convert them.
Maybe not. But I must have them back. And you've got to find those securities for me, Mr. Holmes. You've got to find them.
And your wife, of course?
Well, of course. Wherever she is, they are.
Quite. On the other hand, Mr. Amberley, I confess I don't see that I can be of much service. It's a routine matter, and I'm sure that Scotland Yard would be only too glad...
They haven't found a thing. Not a single security.
Very well. We'll do our best. Dr. Watson will take a run down to your house at Lewisham to look over the ground.
Oh, really?
Yes. I hardly expected you to come yourself. After my heavy financial loss, nobody cares if an old man's heart is broken.
Oh, stop that blubbering. I'm not coming myself because I'm preoccupied with the case of the 2 Coptic patriarchs. This particular case doesn't seem to be very complicated. I'm sure, Mr. Amberley, that Dr. Watson can handle it as well as I could myself.
Well, if that's the best that you can offer, I suppose I must be satisfied. Pampered, that's what she was. And that young man, that he pickpocket, I treated him like my own son. He had the run of the house. And now look how they treated me. Me, who never harmed him.
Quite. And now, good day, Mr. Amberley.
Yes. Well, good day, Mr. Holmes. And I shall expect Dr. Watson this afternoon. You have my address, I believe. Oh, the ingratitude, the rank ingratitude of it all.
I must say, Holmes, I like the way you've shoved all this off onto my shoulders. Coptic patriarchs, indeed. You just don't want to go.
Right, Watson, right the very first time. You've been begging for a case all to yourself for months. Well, here it is.
Yes, and a nice case you've given me, I must say. That old skinflint.
Oh, my daughter, oh, my ducats, with the emphasis on the ducats, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, confound that passage. There. That's better. That's dashed good. Hello. One steps on the stairs. Watson, if I'm not mistaken, and in a triumphant mood.
Hello, Holmes. Well, I'm back.
Hail the conquering hero. A successful afternoon, I take it, with the light of victory in your eye.
Well, I did manage to dig up a clue or so.
Good. How about Mr. Amberley's place of residence? What's it like?
Well, he calls it the Haven.
Oh, charming.
Yes, isn't it? I think the place would interest you, Holmes. You know that particular quarter, the monotonous brick streets, the weary suburban highways. Well, right in the middle of them lies this beautiful old home, surrounded by a high sun-baked wall, mottled with lichens and topped with moss. The sort of wall...
You may omit the poetry, Watson. I note that it was a high brick wall.
Well, I should have guessed it was the Haven even if I hadn't asked a lounger who was smoking outside in the street.
A lounger?
Yes, a tall, dark, heavily moustached man with a curious look in his eye.
With great tinted glasses and a Masonic type-in?
Good heavens. How'd you know?
Oh, the fool. A child of 10 could have seen through that.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I don't see.
Never mind. Continue with your story, Watson.
Well, I'd hardly entered the gateway before I saw Mr. Amberley coming down the drive to meet me. He began at once, pouring out his grievances. We walked back to the house together.
And,
Well, once inside the wall, I must say, I've never seen a place worse kept. Garden running to weeds and in a dreadful neglect. The house, too, was slatternly to the last degree. It just goes to show what happens to a place when there's no womanly hand about to keep it in order.
Yes, but Mrs. Amberley's only been missing a few days. Hardly time for so much disintegration to take place. Must have set in before she left.
Oh, possibly. At any rate, Mr. Amberley seemed to be ashamed of it. He was doing his best to remedy it, though I must admit that his efforts looked a trifle ineffectual. What's to become of me? What's to become of me? My wife's gone, most of my fortune stolen. Oh, come in, Dr. Watson, come in. Here you see what remains of what used to be called my home. An Englishman's home is his castle, so they say. But home is where the heart is. My heart. Look out, Dr. Watson, look out. That wood waste just seems to me. Look at that, look at that. My best pair of trousers. Too bad. Careful, you almost get in that pot of paint. Oh, that's it all, Amber. This is absolutely the limit. Sorry, I shouldn't have left that pot of paint in the middle of the passage, I suppose. That when one's alone in the house, one forgets it. Alone? So you've been doing this painting yourself? It must strike you a strange occupation under the circumstances. One must do something to ease an aching heart. Step in here, Dr. Watson. This is my study, my sanctum sanctorum. Oh, sanctum sanctorum. I see you've just finished painting woodwork in this room, too. What a smell of paint. Yes, it's not dry yet. That's why I have a fire in here. Now, let me see. Where did you keep your securities? In the safe in that wall. This room is really a strong room, like a bank, with an iron shutter on the window and an iron door, burglar-proof. Ah, that's the irony of it. No thief from without could have taken my money, but my wife, my own wife. There's a picture, Dr. Watson, on the mantel, taken in a wedding dress. Nice looking girl, Emily. It doesn't look the sort. The piper, the ingrate. Oh, really? Why, that very night, I bought 2 upper circle seats at the Haymarket Theatre. Wanted to give her a treat, I did. Oh, didn't she go? No. Last moment said she felt sick. That she had a headache, she did. I believed her, went alone. When I came back, she was gone. The safe was right in fact. Just a minute. What night was that, Mr. Emily? Last Thursday. Oh, Thursday, was it? Yes, an unused ticket. Money wasted. There was always wasting money. May I have that ticket, Mr. Emily? Hold on. You thrown it in the fire. Oh, why? I wanted to get rid of it. I want to get rid of everything that reminds me of her. Here, give me that picture. Well, I see. There, into the fire she goes, Cuthbert. May her soul burn in torment as that picture's burning now.
Unpleasant fellow, eh, Watson? This case begins to look more somber than I suspected. If you could only have brought me that ticket, Watson.
Oh, I did my best, Holmes. I may not have the ticket itself, but I did notice the number of the seat.
Oh, bravo, Watson. How did you happen to remember it?
Well, as a matter of fact, it was my place in form at school, 31. See from the bottom. And so it stuck in my head.
Splendid, old fellow. Then Amberley's seat must have been 30 or 32. Steer me now. Who can that be?
Well, whoever it is, he's dashed impatient.
Oh, yes. Here he comes up the stairs, fairly running. Come in. Well, bless my soul, if it isn't our old friend, our good friend, Mr. Amberley. What's up?
A telegram, Mr. Holmes. I can't make anything of it. Here, see for yourself.
Uh-huh. Come at once without fail.
Yes.
Can give you information as to your recent loss signed Elman to the vicarage. dispatched at 2:10 from Little Purlington. Little Purlington in Essex, I believe, not far from Frinton. You will start at once, of course. Watson, look up the train.
It's probably a hoax. What could anyone in Little Purlington
But it's from a very responsible person. Where's my Crockford? Yes, here it is. We'll look up this minister of the gospel. Elman. Here it is. Yes, J.C. Elman, M.A., living of Mossmore, come Little Purlington.
Yes, but I still don't...
Surely, Mr. Amberley, you want to find your wife and your lost security.
Of course, but think of the waste of time and money.
Here we are. Here's a train from Liverpool Street at 5:20.
Yes, you just have time. Mr. Amberley, you go downstairs and hail a cab. I'll help Dr. Watson throw a few things in the bag.
You think I need Dr. Watson? Perhaps I'd better go alone.
Oh, no. It may be a trap for all we know.
Don't think I shall go.
Mr. Amberley, it would make the worst possible impression on both police and on myself if you refused to follow up so obvious a clue. We should feel that you were not in earnest about this investigation.
Very well, I'll go.
Perhaps you'd better go with him, Holmes.
What? Take your case, Watson. After the brilliant way in which you've handled it? No. Go along, Mr. Amberley, or you'll miss your train.
Very well, but the expenses...
Here you wobble, Watson. Here's your bag.
Sir, it's packed.
Yes, you never know when you may be called off on a case like this. I packed it for you.
Holmes, I do think...
Quite. Now, whatever you do, see that he really does go to Little Purlington.
Yes, I don't think that he's...
Again, quite. Should he break away and try to return, get to the nearest telegraph station and send me the single word bolted. I will arrange to have it reach me wherever I am.
What? You have something to look into at this end, then?
I have, Watson. This case is beginning to take on a rather curious and sinister aspect. Above all, old man, take good care of yourself. And Mr. Amberley.
Before we find the outcome of Watson's curious mission, ladies and gentlemen, I have a few words to say. Here's what you want to do when you feel a cold coming on. Here's what you want to do at the very first sign of a cold. Take famous bromoquinine cold tablets. Bromoquinine tablets don't fool. No, sir, they get right after a cold symptom. They get right after a cold's misery. They relieve the headache and other pains that go with a cold. They relieve that stuffiness and feeling of depression that accompanies a cold. They help reduce the fever that goes with a cold. Bromoquinine tablets are fast and decisive in their action. First, because they're made especially for the relief of the common cold. And secondly, because they act internally. You can take lots of things for the relief of a cold, but nothing more reputable and reliable than famous bromoquinine tablets. Get them at any drugstore at the first symptom of a cold. Ask for bromo, B-R-O-M-O, quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E, bromoquinine cold tablets.
Confound this rain. Everything's as dark as a black hole of Calcutta. Yeah, the haven. Shady little haven this is. I can find a window unlatched. Not much chance on the first floor. The old boy's 2 quarters. Ooh. Second story window, perhaps. Now they managed to scale this porch pillar. This confounded rain. Just slippery as a greased pole. Come on. Hey, there we are. Yeah. There's the window that's unlatched. Easy. Now. 1 foot over the sill. Now
up with your hands. Up with them, I tell you. Thought I wouldn't see you prowling around down below, eh? Well, I've caught you red-handed.
Nice wild goose chase that turned out to be. That friend of yours, Sherlock Holmes, is a fool.
I'm sure, Mr. Amberley, if you'll call and see him, he can explain.
Explain nothing. That vicar has never seen that telegram before. The way he treated us. You might have thought we were suspicious characters. Then missing the last train and having to sit up all night in the confounded station with the rain dripping through the roof.
Well, we could have gone to an hotel.
Gone to an hotel? That costs money. Gone to an hotel, indeed.
Well, here's your house, Mr. Amberley. I think I'll go along home now and get some breakfast.
You will not. I'm going to come into the house and see if everything's all... I look up there. The window over the porch. It's open.
Perhaps you left it like that yourself.
Rubbish. I tell you, I don't like the looks of this. Where's my key? Here it is. We'll soon find out.
I say, it's gloomy, isn't it?
Look. Someone's been here right enough. Footprints on the first page. I'll find him if I have to tear the place apart.
No need for that, Mr. Amberley. We're here waiting for you in the study.
Holmes! Good heavens, what a start you get. How did you get in here?
Dived in through an upstairs window.
That's burglary, young man.
Yes. Burglary has always been an alternate profession, and I cared to adopt it. I'll admit I was glad I hadn't when I walked into Inspector Lestrade's gun last night. He thought I was a burglar, too. But come, we're keeping him waiting. He's in the library. There we are, Lestrade. I told you we could expect him back before 10.
No, but look here, that's not Lestrade. That's the man I saw loitering in front of the gate yesterday afternoon. The fellow with the black moustache and the glasses.
That's right, Dr. Watson. Yes. Lestrade fondly imagines that's this guy.
Oh, no, look here, no.
It's as obvious to anyone who takes the trouble.
Here, I've had enough of this. I won't have two busybodies prowling around my house in the middle of the night. And what's more, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I suspect you sent that telegram yourself.
Very clever of you, Mr. Amberley, very clever. You looked a trifle pale. I thought a night in the country might do you
no,
good.
enough of that. What kind of a fool do you take me for? I have you put behind the bars, all of you.
Oh, surely not Inspector Lestrade. Why, he's from Scotland Yard.
I don't care if it's from the house alone.
Yeah, none of that.
You're all disgraced. Publicly disgraced. Breaking into my house in the middle of the night. Oh, I'll get you for that. What were you doing in here last night? Answer me that.
Looking for the bodies.
What?
Looking for the bodies. The bodies of your wife and Dr. Ernest. What have you done with them?
I dare
you. You murdered them in this room. We have ample proof. Stop him, Watson. Stop him. He's got a capsule in his hand. It's poison. He's going to swallow it.
No.
Come on, get that out.
Spit it out.
Spit it out.
Spit it out, or I'll tell you.
Shortcut, Mr. Amberley, if you please. Everything decently and in its proper place. Take him away, Lestrade.
Right. Come along now. No more monkey business. I won't put up with that. All right, come.
Phew. What a scene. That old brute Amberley's a murderer, eh? How did you find it out?
Well, the first clue was the theater ticket, which you didn't use. We found that out.
Oh, that destroyed his alibi.
Yes, the theater people assured us that there had been 2 empty seats, not just one. The second clue was the smell of fresh paint. What was he trying to hide by that?
What?
Gas. He asphyxiated his wife and Dr. Ernst in this room.
Good heavens.
His strong room, which was as near airtight as anything could humanly possibly be.
But how?
Well, that's what I wanted to find out. That's what I was looking for when I broke into the house last night.
What did you find?
Look here. Notice the gas pipe along the skirting here? It rises in the wall, in the angle there, and ends in that plaster rose in the center of the ceiling where it's concealed by that ornamentation. Ends wide open.
How horrible.
Yes, and look here. Look, near the floor. What do you make out?
2 words written on the wall. Then a scroll. We were. What does that mean?
The poor devil was trying to write, "We were murdered." I can see the whole ghastly scene. It was last Thursday night. Amberley had lured his wife and Dr. Ernest into this room.
That wind, I wish it would stop.
It's not so bad in this room. Have a little game in here, eh, Dr. Ernest? Just you sit here, will you? Entertain the doctor while I go and look for the chessmen. Excuse me for a minute, Dr. Ernest.
Certainly.
And if you don't mind, I'll close the door. It's such a draft. It'll be much cozier in here with the door closed. Much cozier.
If that wind only wouldn't howl. I feel so depressed. Is there something terrible we're going to happen?
Oh, nonsense, my dear Mrs. Amberley. This house is getting on your nerves. Is there any wonder?
He gets worse and worse. Oh, Dr. Ernest, I'm so frightened.
You must go away.
What?
Now, don't be alarmed, Mrs. Amberley. I've had your husband under observation for some time. I'm afraid he isn't quite normal. It isn't safe for you to stay here any longer.
But, Dr. Ernest, don't you understand? I can't leave my husband. Heaven knows what would happen if I left him alone.
We could get a nurse to take care of him. You can't stay here with him. What was that?
Josiah, he heard us. He was outside the door listening. Oh, Dr. Ernest, this is terrible. What can we do?
Listen. You hear that?
It's the gas. Someone's turned on the gas. I can smell it.
Hurry. We've got to get out of here.
What? Oh, the door's locked. He's locked the door. Amberley! I say, Amberley, open the door.
Quick, the window. The lights locked, too. The iron shutters.
Amberley, let us out.
You realize what this means? He's going to kill us. He must have gone mad, I'm afraid.
Yes, it's what I was afraid of. He's a maniac. A homicidal maniac. Oh, this is horrible. We're trapped. What a fool I was.
What can we do? I feel so faint. I can hardly breathe.
Here. Lie down on the floor. The air's better down here.
It's no use. I can't stay awake. I don't mind anymore. I'm quite all right. Really.
Mrs. Amberley. Don't give up. I feel things too. I must warn people. It's dangerous. I can't think. God, I can't breathe. I can't think.
What a tragic story, Dr. Watson. And was Mr. Amberley insane?
They decided he was. He ended his days in an asylum.
Did they ever find the bodies?
Yes, at the bottom of an old well, the opening of which had been cleverly concealed by a dog catcher.
I see.
And now I'm afraid it's time to say goodbye.
Well, not goodbye, Dr. Watson. Au revoir.
Oh, just as you say, Mr. Manning. Anyway, in conclusion, I want to thank you and our radio audiences who so patiently listened to the reminiscences of a sentimental old fellow. And I want to wish you all, old and young, an extremely happy summer.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, Basil Rathbone would like to say a few words to you. But first, may I give you a word of advice? Remember the danger of the so-called common cold. Remember the sickness it can cause and the bills it can cost. Act promptly, decisively, at the first sign of a cold. Take famous bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets have a reputation. Their fame extends to all quarters of the globe. Their merit is an assured fact. Reliability is the one thing you want in any medicine, especially in a medicine for the relief of cold. Don't wait. Don't procrastinate when you feel a cold coming on. Go right to your druggist and get a box of bromoquinine tablets. The small cost may save you a lot in grief and expense. Ask clearly for bromoquinine cold tablets. And now, here's Basil Rathbone.
Ladies and gentlemen, to me, Sherlock Holmes has always been one of the greatest characters ever created. Tonight, as our present series ends, I'd like to thank our sponsor, the makers of bromoquinine, for giving me the opportunity of playing Holmes on the air, especially with such an inspired Dr. Watson as Nigel Bruce.
Oh,
Quiet, please.
Oh, sorry, what?
Speaking for myself and Mr. Bruce, may I express our gratitude to our radio audience for the many letters of interest and encouragement that we received. And finally, a word of appreciation to all the performers and others concerned with this program who have helped so immeasurably in making the Baker Street days live again. And now, until fall, it's time for me too to say au revoir and good luck.
You have been listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure adapted by Edith Meiser from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Retired Colourman, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. The Sherlock Holmes series was produced by Tom McKnight. This program was presented from Hollywood by the makers of bromoquinine cold tablets, quick relief for colds. This is Knox Manning speaking.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. This evening, we want to call your particular attention to Rexall's exciting 2-page ad in this coming week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and in the current issue of Farm Journal. One page is devoted to 10 great new health aids, developed and perfected in Rexall's world-famous laboratories, and now available at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The other page features 10 headline bargains, available all during the month of July, plus 53 additional values in Rexall money-back guaranteed products. So remember, for new and better health aids, for timely household bargains, be sure to check Rexall's sensational 2-page spread in this coming week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and the current Farm Journal. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Mr. Diamond?
That's right. Come in.
My name is Hayden, Gustav Hayden.
How do you do, Mr. Hayden? Won't you have a seat?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
What can I do for you?
I would like for you to protect me for the next 2 days.
Protect you from what?
Well, maybe I should start at the beginning. By trade, I am a gunmaker. Before I was fortunate to come to this country, I worked in German. Do you mind if I smoke?
Go right ahead. He pulled out a very old hand-carved pipe and stuffed it into a worn leather pouch. He was a little man, a few inches over 5 feet. I guessed his age to be somewhere in the 60s. He talked of his home in Germany before Hitler had moved in with the stormtroopers. He told me about his wife and how she'd died in a prison camp because she was anti-Nazi.
They allowed me to work because I was making a very advanced rifle, and Adolf could use such a rifle. But when he took my wife, I destroyed my blueprints and was myself interned in another prison camp. They tried to beat my secret out of me. I lived, somehow. Then the war was over.
Your pipe's gone out.
Oh, so it is. I hope I'm not boring you, Mr. Diamond.
Well, not at all, no.
I have a sister, Anna. I sent her to America before the trouble came. She's a widow and has one son. Perhaps you have heard of her son, Mr. Diamond, William Ehrlich?
No, I can't say that I have.
Well, you will. He's a lawyer. Someday he will be a very big lawyer.
You said you wanted me to protect you, Mr. Hayden.
Yeah. My sister, with the help of William, arranged for me to come to the United States. I was quite ill when I arrived, and they sent me to their summer cabin in the Catskills. I soon was better and took great pleasure in this place, so they have allowed me to stay at the cabin and make it my home.
See.
Willie even made for me a complete workshop at my disposal, and in the last 2 years, I've occupied myself with my old trade.
Making guns?
Yeah. I have finally produced my new rifle, Mr. Diamond, and someone has tried to steal it.
Well, if somebody's trying to steal it, you should go to the FBI or the police.
I think of that, Mr. Diamond, but it would involve my sister and her son. I'm not sure how good this rifle is until after I test it, and I don't wish to have my family involved unless the rifle is a good one.
Have you any idea who might have tried to steal it?
No.
How long do you want protection?
Only for 2 days when I test the gun, and then I want somebody to go with me to the right people, so I may show the rifle to them.
Well, I charge $100 a day in expenses, Mr. Hayden.
I have no money, only what Billy gives to me each month for living costs, but if you will take a chance with me, Mr. Diamond, that the rifle is a success, I will see you are well rewarded.
And if the government doesn't want the rifle?
Just like myself, I'll have lost such a time and effort.
Where's the rifle now?
In my shop in the Catskills.
Well, if somebody's already tried to steal it, aren't you taking a big chance?
Oh, that's a caretaker there. My nephew hired him when I moved in.
Where was the caretaker when the attempt was made to steal the rifle?
We were both asleep. I heard a noise in the shop and went out to see. Albert, that's the caretaker, heard it also. We both got to the shop about the same time. Whoever it was, we must have frightened him away, but someone had been there. The window was open and much of my equipment had been moved.
All right, Mr. Hyden. I'll gamble with you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Diamond, thank you. I am going to see my sister now, but I will meet you at the ticket window 11, Grand Central Station, at 8 o'clock.
Well, look what just walked in.
Hello, Sergeant Otis. You're looking exceptionally well this afternoon. Had a haircut, didn't you?
Yeah, how's it look?
Doesn't it confuse your barber working on two heads at once?
No.
No. Hello, Walt.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Diamond.
Why don't you do me a favor, Fatty?
Rick, I've thought of everything. There's no way I can get rid of Otis and make it look like suicide.
Then do me another favor.
All right.
Check on a man named Gustav Haydn, German citizen. Been in this country for a couple of years.
What's it all about?
Confidential. Like to tell you, but I can't.
Okay, I'll see what I can find out for you.
Thanks. I've got to take a little trip tonight around 8. I'll be at home if you come up with anything. Hey, what the...
That's Diamond, all right. Pick him up and drag him over to the bed.
Sure. Okay.
Put him up on the bed.
A heavy son of a gun.
Wake him up.
Come on. Come on, wake up. He's coming around. Yeah, he's with us.
Okay. Now, don't try to get up or we'll have to belt you again.
Oh, what's this all about?
We want the plans.
Oh, you do, huh?
And we're going to get them.
I guess I'm in a hole. I don't give you the plans. You work me over. Believe me, I hate to mention it, but I haven't got them.
Take off your coat, Max.
Sure.
Go over and turn on that radio.
Right.
Now, look, I told you...
Yeah, I know. You don't have the plans.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
And remember, friends, there's a federal excise tax to pay on all television.
Get some music.
So buy now and...
Turn it up. Okay, come here.
You want me to take over?
Yeah. I'll keep the gun on him.
No, why, you jerk.
Lie down. Go on. Work on these ribs.
Okay. Hey. You'd better tell us.
Oh, you knuckleheads. I can't tell you if I don't know.
Oh, he's sure stubborn.
Hold it. Not a noise out of you, Diamond.
Blue Eyes, come on, open up.
Who is it, Diamond?
My brother-in-law.
Come on, Diamond, get out of the sack. I got something for
If you don't want him to get hurt, get rid of him.
But he's got something for me.
Well, get it and tell him to beat it. Go on over to the door, but don't let him in. I'll be right behind you.
Okay.
Well, it's about time. Hey, what's with you?
Look,
I thought you...
Walt, tell Marge and the kids I can't come over. I'm busy.
What? Look...
And about the fur coat, tell her I couldn't get it for under $4.18.
Huh?
$4.18, and I don't want to get stuck with it.
Oh. Yeah, sure. I'll tell her.
You said you had something for me?
It'll keep. I'll give it to you when you got more time.
Sorry, but you know how it is. Business.
Sure.
Tell Marge I'm sorry I couldn't come over.
I'll tell her. See you soon.
Hey.
Yeah?
What kind of a coat you buy for $418?
A beaver.
A beaver? Well, I could have gotten it for you for half.
Forget it. Over on the bed, Diamond.
Look, I swear I don't know about plans or anything else.
We got a lot of time. Maybe after a little while you'll remember. Move.
All right.
Now, let's see. Where was I? Oh, yeah.
Come on, Diamond. The plans the little guy gave you.
Sorry, I wish I could help.
We know the guy came to your office an hour ago. If he didn't give you the plans, he told you where they are.
I had one customer in the office today.
Yeah, and what did he want? Max?
Look,
Look now, look. It wasn't anything about plans.
What was it? Again, Max.
Max kept working, and I took it. For one reason, because I had to. For another, I knew Walt had gotten a 418 tip. In police code, that meant a slugging. It was sooner than I expected. I looked over at the open window at the back of the room, and there was Walt, looking in from the fire escape.
Come on, Diamond. I'm getting tired.
And I feel rested, huh?
Okay.
Drop the gun.
Wait, look out.
Rick?
Okay. Here. Get this guy off me, Walt.
There.
Oh, thanks.
Well, this one's had it.
You got both of them.
This one tried, the other went for his. They're both dead.
Oh, turn off that radio, will you?
Okay. Why were they working you over?
Well, they wanted something I didn't have. Something they thought my client gave me this afternoon.
Gustav Hayden?
Yeah. You find out anything about him?
Well, nothing incriminating. Got a whole background on him here.
I'll read it on the way down to Grand Central. Hayden didn't want the law in on this, but with 2 men dead, as far as I'm concerned, that puts it right in your lap.
This coming week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and the Current Farm Journal carry an important 2-page Rexall ad. One page features 10 great new health aids, developed and perfected in Rexall's world-famous laboratories, and now available at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The other page features 10 headline bargains good all during July. Here are just a couple of examples. Rexall 5X multivitamins, the tablets that are 5 times stronger than the established daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums. Special introductory offer, 10-day trial size, a regular $1.79 value, free of extra cost, with the purchase of the regular bottle of 50. Stag Brushless Shave Cream, regular 50-cent jumbo tube, now only 25 cents, exactly half price. So remember, for new and finer health aids, for bigger and better bargains, be sure to check Rexall's sensational 2-page ad in this coming week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and the Current Farm Journal. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, this is it, Walt. I was supposed to meet him here at the ticket window.
Oh, where is he?
Well, Sam, this is ticket window 11.
Mm-hmm.
Let's give him a few minutes. And we gave Gustav Hayden more than a few minutes. At 8 o'clock, we were still waiting. At 8:15, the train Hayden and I were supposed to take pulled out.
You stood up?
Yeah. Let's check with the ticket seller. Pardon me, sir. May I talk with you for a minute?
Certainly. What can I do for you?
Police business.
Oh.
Did you notice a little man standing near this window? About 5'3", big bunch of gray hair, old brown hat and suit, button shoes.
Smoking a big pipe?
That's it?
Sure, couldn't help but notice him. Stood around for about 15 minutes.
See him leave?
Yeah, left with a man, big guy.
You remember what the big guy looked like?
I didn't pay much attention, just big.
What do you think, Rick?
I think we better look up Gustav Hayden's sister.
But what is this all about, Lieutenant? Gustav left for the train station an hour ago. He was going back to the mountains.
Now, it's nothing to be alarmed about, Mrs. Ehrlich. He just didn't take the train.
Are you certain?
We checked.
But I still don't understand. Mr. Diamond, what is your interest in my brother?
Well, he retained me this morning to protect him.
To protect him?
Protect him from what? Well, Mr. Ehrlich, he said someone was trying to steal a new rifle he was developing.
A new rifle?
A gun he started designing a long time ago in Germany.
Never told us anything about it.
Well, I don't believe he wanted to involve you until it was all finished and tested. If it was a success, he was going to turn it over to the government.
He certainly kept it a secret. I helped him fix up a workshop, but I just thought it was to keep him occupied. An old man, you know, wanted to keep busy.
And Mr. Diamond, you think something's happened to him because of this rifle?
Well, maybe not. But if you hear from him, please contact Lieutenant Levinson at the 5th Precinct Police Station. Anna Ehrlich gave us the location of the mountain cabin where Hayden was living, and we left. Walt went back to the station, put out a description on the missing gunsmith, and I caught the next train for the Catskills. It was morning when I climbed off the train and hired an old car to take me the 5 miles back into the woods. 20 minutes of bumpy road, and I arrived at the cabin to be met with the caretaker. Thanks, driver.
You want something?
Oh, yes, Mr. Hayden.
What did you want him for?
He's here.
Didn't you think he'd be?
I'd like to talk to him, please.
I don't know. He's in kind of a strange mood. Came in about 4 this morning, acting like he'd seen a...
Albert.
Yeah, Mr. Hayden.
Show the gentleman in.
Yes, sir.
It will be all, Albert.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Diamond, what are you doing here?
I saw your sister.
You talked with my sister?
That's right.
Your face is bruised.
2 men beat me up.
Mr. Diamond, I did not meet you at the station because I changed my mind. I'm so sorry you made this long trip, but I have no need for your service.
Oh, what changed your mind?
I decided not to go on.
Who was the man you left the station with, the big man? The ticket agent saw you.
Oh, he must have made a mistake.
This is police business now, Mr. Hayden.
Please leave.
I can't. I want to know what this is all about.
Please, I can't tell you.
I'd like to see your rifle, Mr. Hayden.
Mr. Diamond, I don't care what has happened. I cannot allow you.
Mr. Hayden, you might as well cooperate. If I leave here, I'll leave with you.
Oh, no. You don't know what that would mean.
Look, the 2 men who beat me up are dead. There's a dragnet out for you. Now, if you want me to help, maybe I can do you some good. It's up to you.
I must think.
Okay. But while you're thinking, I'd like to see that rifle.
Of course. I keep it locked in this closet. All that's left is to test it.
Beautiful. I'd like to fire it.
I have decided to tell you everything, Mr. Diamond.
And I'm glad.
You were right about the big man I was leaving the station with. He warned me to forget my dealings with you and not to call in the police. Then he drove me here and demanded the rifle and the plans. I told him the rifle was not nearly finished, but I gave him a set of blueprints and he left.
Then they've got the plans?
They have some plans. I expected something like this, and I drew up several sets of blueprints that will be no good to anyone. But I don't know what to do now. My sister and her son are in danger.
The first thing we've got to do is get hold of Lieutenant Levinson and tell him I found you. He'll get your family and armed guard if necessary.
But we don't know who these men are, who they're working for. You can't guard my sister and nephew forever.
That's a matter for the FBI. We've got 2 dead bodies to identify. They might give us a lead. Somebody just drove up.
We can see from this window.
You know the car?
Well, it looks like Willy's car.
Oh, it is your nephew.
Oh, why did he come here? Willy!
Oh, Uncle Gustav, we've been worried sick. We couldn't wait to hear from Mr. Diamond, so I drove up. Mother's beside herself.
Oh, sorry, Willy. I should have notified
Mr.
you.
Diamond said you left the station with a man.
We'll tell you all about it on the way back, Alec. I've got to put in a call to the lieutenant and tell him to call off the dogs.
The telephone is in the other room, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks.
I'm sorry to make all this trouble, Willy.
I couldn't do anything else. What's this all about? Mr. Diamond mentioned something about a new rifle.
I was going to tell you, but I wanted to wait until I was certain of its performance.
But you certainly should have told me. I could have helped.
Total better. If the
Hello?
rifle was not good, it was found correct.
Hello, operator.
Uncle Gustav, you think that would have made...
Operator.
What have to me? All you and Anna have done for me? oh, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, the phone's dead.
What?
We've never had any trouble with it before.
That's what I was afraid of. Where's that caretaker?
He was here a moment ago.
Albert! Albert!
Yes, sir.
The phone's dead, Albert.
Well, it was working all right a little while ago. I called the store and ordered some groceries.
Come on, you're going to show us those phone lines.
That's the phone line coming down from the trees. Over the house right... Well, what do you know?
Yeah, the line's been cut.
What?
That's right, Mr. Hayden.
Mrs. Diamond.
Now, just take it easy. Mr. Ehrlich, we're all going to pile in your car and get out of here.
Wait. Don't you see what this can mean? My sister's alone back in New York. You can't reach the police to give us the necessary protection.
Well, we certainly can't stay here.
We must. I can't take a chance on my sister's life. I will give them the rifle and the plan.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. If you give it to them, you don't think they're going to let you live, or for that matter, let any one of us get out of here alive.
I'm an old man. It doesn't matter.
Sorry. We're all getting into that car.
No, Mr. Diamond. I cannot.
Wait a minute, Diamond. In a way, he's right. My mother's life is important also.
I can appreciate that, Mr. Ehrlich. But we're only presuming she might be in danger. We know that your uncle is, and that rifle's too important.
I won't leave.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to, and I wouldn't like to use force. Now, come on. All of you get in that car.
Wait just a minute, Mr. Diamond. No one's leaving this cabin.
Look, Ehrlich.
You look.
Really? You don't have to use a gun.
I'm afraid I do, Uncle.
But you can't.
Shut up and get over there with Mr. Diamond.
Really?
Shut up, you old fool. Get over there.
You better do as he says.
But I don't understand.
It's not too hard to figure out.
Albert.
Yeah?
Go and get that rifle.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Go and get the rifle. Look, I'm the man you've been expecting.
You?
Of course. Do you think I would have hired you as caretaker unless I knew you were working with us? Now go bring that rifle.
Yes, sir.
Really? You are behind all this?
Oh, now, don't be so naive, Uncle. I've been with the party for years.
The party?
Certainly. You didn't think we were a bunch of thugs, did you?
There's a difference?
That's all right, Diamond. Enjoy yourself. We don't have too long.
I simply can't believe it. And Anna?
Mother knows nothing about it. She couldn't understand.
And Albert telling everything I did.
That's how they kept such close tabs on you, Mr. Hayden. They tried to get the gun first by stealing it. When you came to my office, they thought you had given me the plans and sent two of their strong arms to beat it out of me. That didn't pay off, so they had you picked up at the station. You gave the big man the wrong plans, and up came your sweet little nephew.
But why didn't Albert steal it? He could have many times.
He'd have been the first one suspected.
Quite shrewd, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, yeah, I'm a dilly. You played it pretty cozy, too, Ehrlich. Even your own man didn't know you were running the show.
Here it is, Mr. Ehrlich. I brought some shells in case you wanted to see it work.
Ah, good. Well, Uncle, I suppose you're just as interested in the performance of your rifle as I am. You can try it right here, Albert.
Yes, sir.
Pick a good target. Walk down the road about 100 yards and see if you can kill Mr. Diamond on the first shot.
Really?
Now, relax, Mr. Hayden. There's nothing we can do about it.
You are completely right for the first time, Mr. Diamond. Go ahead, Albert. Move away, Uncle. And if you try anything, Mr. Diamond, then I shall have to shoot you. Move away, Uncle.
No. I think I should stand with my friend.
Mr. Hayden, please.
I am sure they don't intend to let me live anyway.
Oh, on the contrary, Uncle. We were planning a long voyage for you. We know of a place that could use a man of your talents.
I see. I prefer to stand with my friend.
Very well. Albert.
Yeah?
Don't do it, Mr. Hayden.
After Mr. Diamond, Mr. Hayden.
Both of them?
First, Mr. Diamond, then my uncle.
Okay. It's good enough.
No, move further down. I want my uncle to see how good his gun really is.
Okay. But the first couple of shots might be off. This thing hasn't been zeroed in yet.
Mr. Hayden, please get out of the way.
Is it all right if I smoke my pipe?
Oh, certainly.
There's nothing like a good pipe and good tobacco. Did you ever see Germany before the war, Mr. Diamond?
No.
In the spring, beautiful. I used to take long walks and smoke my pipe. I can't complain. I have some wonderful memories.
You ever see Hell's Kitchen in the middle of the summer?
No.
Stinks.
It's okay.
Well, Mr. Diamond?
Get it over with.
That's fine. All right, Albert.
I hope to talk with you again, Mr. Diamond. Someplace.
You're a nice guy, Gus.
Mr. Diamond.
Is he dead?
Oh, I don't know. I'm still too scared to find out.
You're scared? I didn't know whether I could hit him or not. You made a fine rifle, Mr. Hayden.
Diamond, he shot Willie. He wasn't even trying to hit you.
Oh, I think I'd better sit down.
But I don't understand.
Oh, wait until good old Albert gets back here. I think you'll find out he's more than a caretaker, bless his little heart. And good old Albert was a little more than a caretaker. His real name was Baxter, special agent for the FBI, working for the past 6 years as undercover man inside Ehrlich's organization. The last time I saw Gus, the government has accepted his rifle. He was smiling and smoking his old pipe. We talked for a long time, just like he had hoped we would.
In the summertime especially, lots of women are unhappy about their figures. If you're overweight, why waste another minute? You can get rid of those ugly extra pounds quickly and easily with the new Ann Delafield reducing plan. This is a safe, sound, scientific way to slim down with no drugs, starving, or calorie counting. Still, you may lose up to 5 pounds a week and lose where it shows. No, it's not magic. It's the work of famous beauty and health authority, Ann Delafield, who has successfully reduced more overweight people than any other expert in the world. So you see, you're sure of the best. You get vitamins, appetite-reducing wafers, and a big beauty book to guide you. Ask for the new Ann Delafield reducing plan at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release. And his latest film appearance was in the Metro Goldwyn Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Heard in tonight's cast were Wilms Herbert, Arthur Q. Bryan, Clayton Post, John Daner, Virginia Gregg, and Tim Graham. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Remember, for new and finer health aids, for bigger and better bargains, check Rexall's important 2-page ad in next week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and in the Current Farm Journal.
America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS radio network.
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Stop that yelling, Costello. Come over here. I need $10,000 in a hurry. Will you loan it to me?
Ha ha!
Haven't got that much, huh? Well, how about 8,000? How about 5,000? 1,000? Costello, when are you going to stop that laughing?
When you get down to about $3.25.
I should have known better. If you stopped chasing girls, you'd have money.
I don't chase women, Abbott. I'm repulsive to women.
Repulsive to women? Who told you that?
Women.
What? Haven't you ever had a real girl, Lou?
Oh, yes, I have. Once, Abbott. Her name was Mabel Kumquat. Dear old Mabel Kumquat. Sweet kid.
Not bad.
Met her at a delicatessen factory in Patterson. I was a salami sniper.
A salami sniper?
Snipper.
All right, so what is it?
Well, a salami snipper? That's an endless chain of salami would go by me. Every 20 inches, I would go snip, snip.
Go on.
One day I looked up and there stood Mabel. I stood there looking at her for 15 minutes.
And what happened?
Abbott, did you ever see a salami 2 miles long?
And that was the start of your romance, eh?
Oh, yes. One night I took her up to Bung Mountain.
Wait a minute. There's no Bung Mountain in Patterson.
Abbott, when I take a girl up a mountain to a mountain, it's Bung. Then we became engaged. I slipped the ring on her finger. I didn't have a ring, so I used a cigar band.
Where did you get the cigar band?
Mabel happened to be smoking a White Owl at the time. I know it was a White Owl. I could smell the feathers.
Costello, you could graduate with honors from an idiot's college.
Thank you, Professor.
Hey, wait a minute, boys. Here's a serious-looking fella trying to get a word in edgewise. Let's see what he has to say.
Costello, stop that yelling. Where have you been?
I've been hiding my Christmas present.
Have you finished with your Christmas shopping, Lou?
No. On the way down here, I stopped at Nancy's department store, and boy, was that place crowded.
Lots of people, eh?
Yeah, but it was so crowded. While I was in there, my belt broke, and it was 20 minutes before my pants fell down. Another thing, I can't stand those women shoppers.
What's wrong with women shoppers?
Well, I was standing by the notion counter. There was one woman there. She was turning everything bottom side up to see where it was made.
She was turning everything bottom side up?
Everything bottom side up. The floor worker saved me just in time.
Never mind that.
What did I get for $1.94?
Look, no. Skip that. Did you write your letter to Santa Claus yet?
Did I write my letter to Santa Claus?
Yes.
I ain't gonna tell you.
Oh, come on. Did you or did you not write a letter to Santa Claus?
Well, if you must know, I did. And I asked him to bring me a new bicycle.
But Santa Claus brought you a new bicycle, a brand new bicycle, 2 years ago.
Yes, but don't you think I'm old enough now to have a boy's bicycle? Hello. I hate to interrupt your program, but I've got some bad news for you.
Out with it, man. What is it?
Mr. Costello, your Uncle Tom was just run over by a truck on Wilshire Boulevard. My Uncle Tom was run over by a truck on Wilshire Boulevard? Thanks for telling me. Abbott.
What?
You got a pencil?
What do you want with a pencil?
I want to cross Uncle Tom off my Christmas list.
How can you say that, Costello? How can you be so heartless? Isn't there any love in your family around Christmas time?
Oh, sure. Our family all love each other. Last Christmas, my Aunt May gave my Uncle Mike a broken arm for Christmas.
A broken arm?
Yep.
What kind of a Christmas present is that?
Well, after she broke it, she wrapped it up as a gift.
I'll bet your house is a pleasant place around Christmas.
Oh, you should have been there last year. Aunt Alma called Uncle Jim a no good, and Aunt May hit her over the head with a vase. Then my uncle hit my brother Pat over the head with a cane-bottom chair, and then Uncle Tom hit my cousin Vincent with the umbrella stand, and my sister Marie fired 3 shots at my sister-in-law.
What happened?
Well, before you knew it, an argument started. Well, I want to tell you something, Abbott, and speaking of arguments, what are you going to get your wife for Christmas?
Well, I gave her some money. She wanted to buy herself a new corset.
Lovely.
Yes, but she can't seem to find one that will fill her budget.
She's so fat, nothing would fit her budget.
Costello, my wife is just pleasantly plump. She's not fat.
That reminds me, Abbott. My sister would like to borrow one of your wife's stockings to hang over the fireplace on Christmas Eve.
What does she want with one of my wife's stockings?
She's expecting a grand piano.
Are you trying to insinuate that my wife Betty is fat?
Well...
Did you ever see her in a bathing suit?
Yes, I have.
Repulsive, isn't it? Wait a minute. Who put that in this script?
I told you, Abbott, you should have bought those writers' presents.
Did you buy the presents?
No, but I asked them what they wanted, and they said to me, Louie, you know what we like best. You just go out and get it, wrap it up, and put it on the Christmas tree.
Well, why did you do it?
Abbott, you can't wrap up a saloon.
Well, if you didn't get the writers anything, you should have at least bought their wives something.
I did, Abbott. I gave each one of them a corsage.
No, not corsage.
Corsage.
That's corsage. Spelled A-G-E. Is pronounced like odd, as in corsage or garage. Now, where did you get them?
From the man who picks up the garbage. Well, I gotta go now, Abbott. I gotta do some shopping for Louis B. Mayer. He wants me to get a box of cigars. He's gonna give them to Margaret O'Brien for Christmas.
Now, wait a minute. Why would you want to give Margaret O'Brien a box of cigars for Christmas?
He wants to stunt her growth.
All right, Costello, that did it. Now I'm going to tell you what I think of you. You're the lousiest comedian on the radio. You tell the worst jokes on the air, and furthermore...
It's my brother-in-law.
I wouldn't come to see your show again if you gave me $1 million. You stink.
Sounded good, Lou.
This guy means it. Tough guy, huh? You want to step outside and say that?
Certainly I'll step outside and say it. Why?
Well, there's a lot of people out there in front that couldn't get in the studio. Maybe they'd like to hear it, too.
That's what I thought. You're a yellow rat.
A yellow rat, that did it. I'm not taking that sitting down.
Oh, you're not, eh?
No. He got me, Abbott.
Where'd you get you, Costello?
As I said before, I'm not taking this sitting down.
Hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Philo Vance.
Why, Costello, I didn't expect to see you here tonight. I thought you'd be up at the North Pole looking for Santa Claus.
Nah, it's too cold up there. My Uncle Jim moved up there to the North Pole. Last I heard him, he was keeping company with a girl polar bear, and he was going to get married.
To a girl polar bear? What stopped them?
Her parents objected.
If I remember right, your Uncle Jim took your cousin Vincent to Alaska with him, didn't he?
Yes, and one day Vincent was fishing for whales. He hooked one and started to pull in his line. Then the whale pulled, then Vincent pulled, then the whale pulled.
Where is Vincent now?
I don't know. But every time I get a postcard from him, he sends regards from Jonah.
You look so pretty. Why don't you and I step out together after the show? I'm in a gay mood tonight. I'm feeling my oats.
Yes, Abbott. Have you been out to lunch with Trigger again?
There's no reason why Viola shouldn't go out with me. I'm a regular ladies' man. Why, women throw themselves at my feet.
I don't blame him. Anything to get away from that face.
Costello, it's my turn to go out with Viola. Why, you've been over to her house 5 nights running.
Oh, no, Mr. Abbott. Only 4 nights running. Last night my father didn't chase him. Look, there's no use in you boys fighting over me. I want to find a big, strong, robust, romantic man.
How about me?
Okay, you can help me look.
Costello, I don't blame Viola for not wanting to go out with you. You're fat, you're ugly, your front tooth is missing.
Oh, no, it's not. I got it right here in my pocket.
Costello, honey, what are you going to get me for Christmas? You know, I need a new car.
A new car?
Well, Costello, as soon as a new car prices come down a little, maybe you can get her a new car.
I don't think so, Abbott. I went to a dealer yesterday, and I said, how long will it be before I can get a new car for $900? He felt my pulse and says, you'll never make it.
Oh, forget about Viola. We've got a lot of people on this show, and we've got to get them Christmas presents. Come on. Let's go across the street to the department store. Gee, this store is crowded. Look over there. It's our band leader, Matty Malnick.
Hiya, fellas. I'm looking to buy some records. Costello, do you know where the music department is?
No, I don't.
Well, you take down this aisle to the escalator, then you take the escalator to the next floor, then you go towards the front of the store.
Just a minute, wait a minute. You asked me.
I asked you what?
How to get to the music department.
Well, you go down this aisle to the escalator, then you're right here.
Come on, now, get out of here. Matty Malnick.
Now, look, Costello.
Some musician. He just don't give a toot.
Look, Costello. Costello, there's Santa Claus in the toy department.
Hey, come on over there. I want to talk to him.
Are you Santa Claus?
Yes, I'm Santa Claus. Yes, little man. Oh! What's the idea of kicking me in the leg?
That's for last year.
Costello, that's no way to act. Santa Claus is here to find out what you want for Christmas. Now, go ahead and tell him what you want for Christmas.
See, Santa Claus, I wish that Christmas morning I could find Rita Hayworth in my stocking.
With those fat legs of yours, you'd have plenty of room for the Andrews sisters.
Say, Santa Claus, that was pretty good.
Oh, it's nothing. I tell those jokes all the time up at the North Pole.
Who's your straight man?
A penguin.
You want to trade?
No, I don't want to trade. I'm too fond of this penguin. I keep him in a bottle of ink.
Oh, a fountain penguin.
Santa Claus. Costello's just a kid at heart. He craves affection. The thing for you to do is mother him.
Oh, well, that's different.
Sure.
Here. Come on, get up on my knee, fat boy. Now, put your head under my beard. Now I've got you.
Santa Claus, what are you doing? I told you to mother him.
Oh, I thought you said smother him.
Break it up, man. It's time to change the subject for just about 60 seconds.
Our musical Christmas gift to all of you, Hal Winters in a Christmas Song, along with Matty Malnick and his music.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping. And I brought some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you'll really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Summer Song by Hal Winters. Hey, Everett.
All right.
My brother Pat just told me some wonderful news. Tomorrow he starts playing with the girls in Phil Spitali's orchestra.
What instrument will he play?
No instrument. He's just going to play with the girls.
I thought your brother was a musician.
No, he's a singer. He sings just like Nelson Eddy.
Does he sing short and bread?
Well, he could, but the places he sings in are so small and narrow, he can't sing short and bread. He's got to sing right crisp.
Never mind that. What are you doing with that newspaper?
I wanted to show it to you, Abbott. My Sam Shovel Detective series is becoming so popular, the newspapers have taken it off the radio page and put it on the front page. Look.
Wait a minute. I don't see it on the front page.
There it is. There it is. Under crimes committed in Los Angeles today. And besides that, I'm getting more fan mail than ever. Listen to this one. Dear Lou Costello, if your Sam Shovel Detective series is not the funniest program on the air, then I'm not the next president of the United States.
Who's it from?
Tom Dewey.
Never mind that. What is your Sam Shovel Detective mystery for tonight?
It's one of my latest cases, Abbott. I call it the case of Clarence, the dress designer who gave himself up to the police, or I'm all yours in buttons and bows.
And now to the further adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel. Sam Shovel, Private Detective. I'm sitting here in my little office. It's mighty chilly in here. I think I'll throw another log on the fire. Every time I build a log fire in my office, the landlord complains. Maybe it's because I have no fireplace. I pick up the newspaper. I drop it on my desk. It was the Mirror. I read the one ad. Woman who washes Mondays and Tuesdays wants place to hang out on Wednesdays. Here's another one. Wanted man to teach nuclear division of atomic astrophysical cyclotronic fissures. No experience necessary. I glance out of my window to see what's playing in the movie across the street.
Chicago. Cleveland. Boston.
Must be that new picture, The Cry of the City. Next door to the movie is a Hollywood nightclub. Those Hollywood nightclubs cut the liquor so much the bartenders have to have a barber's license. In the winter, they have to put alcohol in the whiskey to keep it from freezing. I remember once my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, was so disgusted that he went into that joint to drink himself to death. He didn't get drunk, but there was so much water in the whiskey he nearly drowned. Suddenly the phone rings. Sam Shovel speaking.
Sam Shovel, you're on the spot. Get wise to yourself. You've got to play ball with us.
Who are you?
UCLA football team. We'll play anybody.
One line went south. I look out the window again. Crowds, nothing but crowds. Everybody doing the last-minute Christmas shopping. The crowds give me an idea. I'm going to write to my congressman and have him change Christmas to April. The stores aren't so crowded then. In the crowd, I see my pal, Lieutenant Abbott. Abbott is the cheapest guy in the world all year round. But when Christmas comes, he'd give you the shirt off his back. I know. Last year for Christmas, he gave me a dirty shirt. Lieutenant Abbott is a great detective. He worked on the Morelli case, and in 2 days he had it sewed up. Then he got the Murray case, and it only took him 3 days to sew that up. Then came the famous Lewis case. He sewed it up in 24 hours. He never carried a gun. Just a sewing machine and 3 extra bobbins.
Hello, Sam Shovel. Sam, tomorrow's Christmas Eve, and I dropped in to find out what you want for Christmas.
Well, I live just a stone's throw from Hetty Lamar's house, and my bedroom window is just a stone's throw from her window.
What do you want for Christmas, Sam?
A stone. Lieutenant, why don't you send me some mistletoe so I can kiss the girls under it?
That's not mistletoe. That's mistletoe. Missile, not muscle.
When I want to kiss a girl, I got to use muscle.
Sam, I want you to help me on a job. I've been assigned to guard a department store during the Christmas rush.
I guarded the Broadway Hollywood store last Christmas. I put a man on the 5th Street door, a man on the Broadway door, a man on the 6th Street door.
How'd you make out?
They didn't lose a single door. But all the windows were stolen.
Come on, Sam. We're going down to the store right now. Sam, this is a big store. They sell anything from sailboats to a pound of pecans.
I see. They got everything from sloop to nuts.
Come, gentlemen, you'll have to go to work right away. The shoplifters are stealing everything in aisle 9.
Where is aisle 9?
Well, this is aisle 7, that's aisle 8, and that... How do you like that? They stole aisle 9.
I think I like this job. Say, who is that gorgeous girl behind the crowded counter?
Oh, that's Miss Fairchild. She works in ladies' slippers.
She's beautiful. What else does she do?
She just works in ladies' slippers, that's all.
Hey, wait a minute. Look, that kid. He just stole a pair of roller skates. I'll get him.
You let go of me! Let me go, you copper! Let me go!
I'll teach you to steal. I'm going to lock you up.
Lieutenant, I'll take charge of this case. You keep your eye on the store. Come with me, son.
Please don't take me to jail. Please don't take me to jail.
I didn't have the heart to take that kid to jail. He didn't look like a bad kid. He was poorly dressed. His face was dirty, but I could still see some of his freckles. His name was Johnny. I took him to my little office and sat him down in a chair. I could see he was scared, plenty scared.
Gee, Mr. Shovel, I don't want to go to jail.
And I don't want you to go to jail, son. That's why I brought you here. Those were plenty expensive roller skates you took off the counter in that store, Johnny.
Oh, gee, they were only $1.98.
I'm not talking about the cost in money, Johnny. It's the cost in shame and disgrace. Not only to you, but to your mom and your dad.
Gee, I never thought about that. Mom and Dad.
That's the trouble with doing the wrong thing, Johnny. Most time it hurts others more than the guy that does it.
Gee, you're a funny guy. You're supposed to be a detective, a cop. Me and the kids in my neighborhood, we ain't got no use for coppers. But, gee, I kind of like you. You don't talk like no cop. You're more like a friend.
Johnny, cops aren't bad guys. Every cop on the force wants to be the friends with every kid on his beat. When a kid is in trouble, if he'd run to a cop instead of away from him, he'd find out that cops are pretty regular fellows. You see, Johnny, you're a kid and I'm a cop. But lucky for us, we're both living in a wonderful country. A country that's interested in the welfare of its children. Our police know that no kid wants to be bad. It's just bad environment. Neglect on the part of parents. Lack of love and understanding. That makes a kid go wrong.
Yeah? And are you sure that all cops is my friends?
All cops, Johnny.
Ah, there you are.
Even him?
Even him.
I don't know what this is all about, Sam. I gotta get this kid to the lockup. This is Christmas Eve, and I gotta...
You gotta get a little of the Christmas spirit, Lieutenant. I think Johnny's very sorry for what he did. He'll never do it again.
Well, he tried to get away from me. He ran from the law. That's a sign of guilt.
Honest, I won't never do it again. I promise I won't.
Besides, Lieutenant, I think I've made Johnny understand that cops are his friends.
Yeah? Johnny, if you know that cops are a kid's best friends, you've really learned something.
Yeah, well, there's only one thing that puzzles me.
What is it, Johnny?
Well, Lieutenant Abbott's a cop, ain't he?
Yes?
Well, how could a guy with a face like that be any kind of a cop?
Oh, Johnny. Johnny, it's Christmas Eve. Listen.
Well, it's Christmas Eve again. I promised my wife I'd be in church, saying my prayers, singing hymns. And here I am in this broken down...
You don't have to be in church for that, Lieutenant. How about it, Johnny? Know the words to that song?
Yeah, I think so.
Johnny, let's try it, huh? What do you say?
Will have the last word as usual. But before they do, we'd like you to ponder this.
Costello, before signing off, let's wish all our listeners a very Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody. And I'd also like to say Merry Christmas to our fine crew that helped us put the show together. Our writing staff, which is headed by Eddie Foreman, with Paul Collin, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Leonard Stern.
Now, don't forget the swell boys of the band and our leader, Matty Melnick, and our vocalist, Hal Winters.
And a Merry Christmas to our producer, Charles Vander.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody, and Merry Christmas to everybody in Paris, New Jersey, and all over the world.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. And be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.